As we initiate chaos, theory guarantees that we'll play like lightning shots, sounding like thunder. For every time in the face that it hits us, we're faster. Well, they should know by now. They see the world keeps trying to shake us. It only waits us. The pendulum swings. The pendulum swings. It's in a beautiful darkness. Only another. It's full steam ahead. Full steam ahead. All above the Petty Express. Misdirected from the start. It's a runaway train. I come a freight train. I come a freight train. In a beautiful darkness, the Petty Express. In a beautiful darkness.
Well, welcome you guys. We are on day one of the actual trial, opening statements, and we are going to watch at 1.25 speed. Now, I am aware that this is, a New England case, so they might be a little too fast, so let me know. I will have closed captions on. It does seem that there was a bit of a technical difficulty at the start of today. And to go over some of the motions, basically, prior to this morning, the judge ruled that despite defense's request, the trial wouldn't be split up, kind of like death penalty trials, in which, innocence or guilt is established first, and then, a penalty if or a motive. Apparently, the defense wanted to kind of split the trial up into, did she actually do the crime? And if yes, then go on to what were the motives, or what do they believe caused it? And the judge said no to that, just because with the complexity of this case, he stated that there would be a lot of overlap between the two cases. The next one was discovery motions. The defense wanted some communications between some of, and thank you, Broken Baker Raiders, welcome, welcome. The defense wanted some of the communication between some of the Commonwealth's witnesses and the Commonwealth. The state basically said this was a little bit too late. The third motion that was taken care of was defense had wanted to bring in some late filed experts, and the judge basically said, unless there is an opening of the door where these experts would be brought in, you filed it late, it's not going to happen. So that's kind of where we're starting from this morning, just a little bit quicker. We buzz through breaks. We have puppy kitten breaks, which are about 30 seconds, and then Moxie breaks that are about a minute and a half. Feel free to call for those. This is going to be a pretty difficult trial, but let's get into this. It does seem, kind of watching ahead for you guys, that the judge is very, very in control of his courtroom. So he's not going to allow either side to make this into a spectacle.
Report down section, be seated.
All right. Yes, please.
Your Honor, before the court today, we have the matter of Commonwealth versus LindsayClancy. Ms. Clancy is present. She is represented by Attorney Kevin Reddington. The Commonwealth is represented by Assistant District Attorney Jennifer Sprague and Assistant District Attorney Shannon.
That's her real voice. I never thought I'd hear an actual falsetto outside of the Bee Gees, but ma'am, if you ever want to do a Bee Gees cover revival band, you could do it without straining your vocal cords that much. Which, when you have to be in falsetto register, I mean, that's a good thing.
I can hear.
All right, counsel, good morning. Ms. Clancy, good morning. I apologize, everybody. We had some technological problems here, but I think we're ready to go forward. Before we continue, could I see counsel at sidebar just briefly?
We're going to be doing a fair bit of fast forwarding because it looks like A lot of this is going to be done by sidebar. It does seem, and I actually appreciate this judge. I would much rather them do more sidebars than have anything that, honest to goodness, doesn't need to, any sensitive stuff coming out or getting out on a hot mic.
All right, counsel.
And I am on Rumble in case you need to get the cursey words out. Obviously, this is not going to be an easy trial. Love that we're in here for ASMR court. And this right here is why we start late.
All right.
Hear ye, all persons having anything to do before the Honorable William Sullivan, Justice of the Superior Court now sitting in Plymouth, within and before the Commonwealth. Draw an answer to your attendance and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, this court is now in session. Please be seated.
Good morning, Your Honor. May I proceed?
Yes, please.
Your Honor, before the court today, we have the jury trial in the matter of Commonwealth versus LindsayClancy. Ms. Clancy is present. She is represented by Attorney Kevin Huntington, and the Commonwealth is represented by Assistant District Attorney Jennifer Sprague and Assistant District Attorney Shannon Buckingham. Yeah.
Seems like we're having technical difficulties with the...
All right. Thank you, everyone. I'm sorry. That's the technology that we have here. I apologize. Before we get going, I want to ask you just a couple of questions to make sure that everyone was able.
Wait a minute. Does this judge have a portable lectern? I would love a portable lectern. Do y'all have no idea the amount of things I want to pontificate about? If I had a portable lectern, I don't know. But Mr. Moe is a carpenter. We have spare wood. I'm getting a portable lectern.
To follow my instructions from last week. And so the first question would be, has any member of the jury read, seen, or heard, or overheard anything about any aspect of this case that would affect your ability to be fair and impartial as a juror? All right. All answered no, in the negative. Number three, the last question I just want to ask you, is there any other serious matter of concern bearing on your service as a juror in this case that anybody needs to bring to my attention? All right, very good. Thank you again for following those instructions. And Madam Clerk?
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, please stand and raise your right hand. Do each of you solemnly swear that you shall well and truly try the issues between the Commonwealth and the defendant at the bar according to your evidence, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. You may be seated. Members of the jury hearken to these indictments. On docket number 2383 CR00198, offense 001, on the charge of murder. The jurors of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts on their oath present that Lindsay M. Clancy of Duxbury in the county of Plymouth, on or about January 24, 2023, at Duxbury in the county of Plymouth, did assault and beat Cora Clancy, intend to murder her, and by such assault and beating did kill and murder said Cora Clancy. On docket number 2383 CR00198, offense 002, on the charge of murder. The jurors of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts on their oath present that Lindsay M. Clancy of Duxbury in the county of Plymouth, on or about January 24, 2023, at Duxbury in the county of Plymouth, did assault and beat Dawson Clancy with intent to murder him, and by such assault and beating did kill and murder the said Dawson Clancy. On docket number 2383 CR001, offense 003, charge of murder. The jurors of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts on their oath present that Lindsay M. Clancy of Duxbury, Plymouth, on or about January 24, 2023.
We'll go down to one. I realize this is New England, so they do tend to speak quicker. So we can go to one. I am sure she is a lovely person, so I know that I'm making faces, but her tonal quality hurts my ear. And I'm sure she's lovely. I'm sure she's very sweet and a nice person, but her tone of voice makes me want to become magically deaf.
In the county of Plymouth, did assault and beat Callum Clancy, intend to murder him, and by such assault and beating did kill and murder the said Callum Clancy. To these indictments, the defendant at the bar pleads not guilty, and for trial places herself upon the country. Which country you are. You were sworn to try the issues. If she is guilty, you shall say so. If she is not guilty, you shall say so and no more. Members of the jury, hearken to your evidence.
All right, thank you, Madam Clerk. Now, members of the jury, and really, this is the first time I can technically call you members of the jury, because you don't become the jury in this case. So you take that great oath that was just given. And that's an oath that has been given to jurors for hundreds of years here in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts.
I very much, and I know that they don't typecast, but for lack of a better analogy, I think that these kind of cases, and there is something about a gravitas of an older, settled, respected judge that I think is what is needed in some of these harder cases. I saw a wonderful judge in the Athena Strand trial, and this judge very much reminds me of him. Again, I kind of parachuted into this case. I am fairly new, so I don't know the deep, lore as far as this judge, but he gives me the same feeling as the other judge in the Athena Strand trial, that he is in charge of his courtroom. He's not going to allow shenanigans. I may not like his choices, but he's going to think them through, and he's going to back them with law in case, law. And I like that. I'd very much like a judge like that on trials like this.
Where you've sworn to well and truly try this case. We have confidence that you're going to be able to do that. And so what I'm going to do at this point is I'm going to give what we call a pre-charge. All right, and all that really is kind of an orientation to you to the procedures that we're going to have as the case goes forward, and kind of go over some of the terminology that you might hear, to give you a little bit of an idea what some of the principles of the law are that you'll have to apply to the facts as you find them. So as we go through this, I just kind of, again, I'm going to explain it, and then after that, we're then going to go right into the opening statements of counsel. All right. So first, as you know,
Now,
this is a.
just because I appreciate this doesn't mean I'm not ADHD enough to want to get into the opening statements. So if y'all are new here, this is the Petty Express. I have ADHD, so we try to go and get into the point because my brain doesn't do. Basically, I will start, hearing squirrel and clown music if I pay attention to things. R.J. Wright, the novelist, I know nothing about this case, had to look it up to see if it was the ex-wife that hired a hitman to unalive her husband who'd murdered their son and R'd their daughter. Yeah, no, there's a lot of crazy cases. This one is similarly heartbreaking in the loss of young life, but different. All righty. Are we done?
Criminally responsible for her.
And more judge-tificating, which I love.
Do believe. And so a lot of times I'll have to talk to counsel over here because the law requires me sometimes to make decisions outside of your hearing. All the evidence till you know the
All right. He pontificates a lot of
be
times.
sitting every day. All right. And we may have to break early on certain days. So what I'm going to try and do as best I can is give you as much notice and explain to you kind of where we are as we go through the case.
Now, I really do appreciate that he is taking the time to go over this with the jury.
To give their opening statement.
I am not unaware that these are some of the things I really enjoy, especially with a hard case like this, that the judge is taking time to really kind of clarify this mystifying world that the juries are going to find themselves in. But if you've been with me, you've been watching trials for about 3 years, so we know this stuff. Now, y'all, I have heard various different things about how the state is going to present this, so we're going in with an open mind, but I was not impressed with the state with her snippy delivery on the motions hearing Friday or Thursday prior to this. So let's go in with an open mind and see what the state's case or the Commonwealth's case is. English, my first and only language.
Come on. Ms. Buckingham, sorry.
Thank you, Your Honor. Morning, ladies and gentlemen. Cora. She had just turned 5. She was sweet, silly, smart. She loved sparkly dresses and wearing bows in her hair. She loved princesses and baby dolls. She even tried to convince her preschool teachers at the beginning that her name was Sophia because she loved the Disney character Sophia the First so very much. Dawson. He was 3, a boy's boy. He was a bit rambunctious, but funny, full of energy. He loved trucks, construction trucks, fire trucks, and he spoke with a raspy little voice. Callan. Callan was just 8 months old.
Okay, I don't know. Y'all, I am about the most irreverent, worst Christian ever to be on this planet. But court TV, law and crime, could I possibly implore you to not... It feels voyeuristic. Look, anyone who's done even a cursory understanding or look at this case knows that this mom is living in a hell. She knows exactly what she did. I mean, the defense is not arguing that she doesn't realize what she took from this world, what she took from this planet. So filming her while she's upset, filming the family members, I've always found it very voyeuristic. I would never want anyone filming me on my worst moment, and I've always found it very, very discomforting. So it's one of the few things that I really don't like about the trial coverage writ large.
Always smiling with chunky cheeks, a sweet little baby. We are here, ladies and gentlemen, because they are not. They were strangled, deliberately and meticulously, killed by this defendant on January 24th of 2023. One by one, she wrapped exercise bands around each one of the kids' necks and pulled until their little bodies were limp and lifeless. First Dawson, then Cora, and finally Callan. Your job, ladies and gentlemen, is not easy in this case. The evidence will be difficult to see, to hear, to process. Testimony of witnesses, family, friends, teachers, people who knew the Clancy family, people who saw them regularly, people who saw them on the day in which this defendant killed them. They're all going to come before you. And it may be heartbreaking to hear what they have to say. You'll see photographs of the crime scene. You'll hear testimony from first responders. They're going to tell you about what they discovered when they came into the Clancy home at 47 Summer Street in Duxbury on January 24th. You'll hear evidence about the defendant during that time period, observations of her physical appearance, her demeanor. You'll hear testimony about what she was reporting to her friends and family and doctors during this time period. The list of witnesses is quite long. Law enforcement, firefighters, friends, family, teachers, crime scene investigators, forensic scientists, toxicologists, medical examiners, experts. We expect over the next few weeks that you will be able to, or will be able to present to you a clear picture of what was occurring in the Clancy household on January 24th of 2023. We ask that you keep an open mind when you're hearing this evidence, and during the course of the trial, don't forget that you use your common sense and your life experience. Those are things that you bring as jurors to the courtroom every day, and it's what's going to take you into the deliberation room at the end of this trial. So what happened? On January 24th, 2023, it had recently snowed. It was in fact a Tuesday. Tuesdays were days that Cora and Dawson usually went to preschool. They attended the Learning Sprouts preschool in Duxbury, but they didn't attend on Tuesdays. So on this day, they were home. On this particular day, Cora, who had just turned 5, had an appointment at the doctor's, an annual checkup. And so the defendant brought her first thing in the morning to the doctor's. Defendant's husband, Patrick Clancy, was home and he was caring for Callan and Dawson while defendant took Cora to the doctor. Pretty normal. You'll hear and see that Patrick and the defendant.
And I do think that people are right to question this because there is an inherent disconnect to, I've started reading the civil suit. There is a disconnect with how normally Lindsay was able to interact with people on that day. And then her saying, I was deeply in psychosis, which is where my brain comes up. And I wonder if any experts on the defense are going to talk about masking, about the, kind of ability of people to pretend that they're normal or to fake normality during, highly dysregulated periods. Because I do think that there is a legitimate question there that has to be respectfully asked. And I find that I don't mind this state prosecutor. Do I like that she is talking about the children? Not particularly, but she is not as irritating as the woman in red to me was. Now, I say that she's probably going to start being grossly offensive because I have given her grace. And that seems to be a pattern with me. I praise something about the Commonwealth, and then they turn around and make me look like a jackass. That being said, I do think that there are some legitimate questions there, and I think they can be respectfully asked because I do feel like, again, how was she able to fool a person, her husband, who was cued in to how incredibly fragile she was? Nothing cued him off about any of this. So those are legitimate questions I have, and I think they can be asked respectfully. So I understand what the state is saying because that is a disconnect I have in the defense narrative. But I do understand that you wouldn't know that I am at probably a level 7 right now, pain wise, um, because I am able to mask. So you would never know that I'm telling you that, but you aren't seeing it on my face because I have been able to effectively learn how to hide that. So while you might think it's impossible that anyone could be on a pain level, 8 or 9, and you really wouldn't notice, I can tell you chronic pain sufferers are doing it on the daily. So while that might not be a direct analog to psychosis or something like that, it's the only thing I can draw personal experience from. So that's kind of where I am right now, but I do have an open mind.
Exchanged text messages that morning. Patrick sends a photo of Dawson, who had just dressed himself that day and he was jumping for joy. And he sends that text to the defendant while she's at the doctor. And while at the doctor, the defendant sends a text of Cora and her little Johnny and mask to Patrick. When the defendant and Cora returned home that morning, Patrick went downstairs to his basement office to do work, same as he had normally done on any other day since returning from paternity leave. And then the defendant was charged with caring for the kids for the rest of the day. She put Callan down for a nap, bundled up Cora and Dawson, took them outside to the backyard, and played in the snow. They built a snowman. The defendant sent pictures of the snowman and the kids in the snow to Patrick when he's working in the basement, and her mom, who was living in Connecticut, who had just been there that weekend but had gone home. The day proceeds as normal. You'll hear Patrick describe it as a good day, actually. In the late afternoon, around 4 p.m., the defendant searched on her phone for kids' Miralax. She searched takeout 3V, and she opened the Apple Maps on her phone and searched the route that it would take to get.
Now, here is where I want to call a little bit of BS on the Commonwealth, because having read a bit of the civil suit, this new takeout place was legitimately only 8 minutes away from the home. So while it might have been farther away from their usual 4-minute haunts, this wasn't a calculated, out of the zip code. She sent him, to Timbuktu to go get takeout. So I don't like the way that the state is, or the Commonwealth is shading this, because as much as they're trying to make this look like malicious forethought, it's still 8 minutes away from the home. It's not like she sent him across town, across the freeway, across, the state. Yes, in all actuality, it was further away than they normally went, but it was still 8 minutes away from their home.
From their house to the 3V restaurant in Plymouth. She searched how much time and how far it was. Now, this restaurant had been a place that the family had eaten before, but wasn't their normal takeout spot. She also called CVS and asked them about the kids' Pedialax or Miralax. And that's because at the doctor earlier that day, the doctor had recommended a laxative for Cora because she had some stomach issues. She had complained of an upset tummy at school the day before, you'll hear. She had some issues where she didn't like to go to the bathroom at school, a little bit embarrassed. So they suggested the Pedialax. So she calls CVS and she confirms that they actually have it at their local CVS in Kingston. Then she sends a text to Patrick and asks if he wants to get takeout, if 3V is okay. She didn't feel like cooking dinner. It was a long day. He says, sure. She calls in the order. When Patrick leaves the house around 5:15 that evening, everything is normal, seems normal. He sees Dawson eating chicken nuggets and green beans on the couch before he walks out the door. Patrick leaves to go to 3V, and he's going to stop at CVS on the way there. That's when the clock starts, ladies and gentlemen. The defendant knows that Patrick has to stop at CVS, go to 3V. She knows that it's about 5 miles from their house to get to the restaurant. She knows approximately how much time she has for him to go there and come back. She then takes the children down into the basement. She separates Dawson from Cora and Callan, and then she proceeds.
Okay, Now, I have watched a lot of movies, I have read a bajillion and 27,000 books, and you need a reason why. You can't get me look, it is very hard for you to take me from she was a normal mom to she maliciously and uniquely planned all of this. I mean, she went from what is it, like, June Cleaver to Cruella de Vil in 2 seconds with no reason other than what you're gonna tell me, when you should tell me how the hell she managed to go from, June Cleaver to Cruella de Vil, because at this point, it makes no sense. At this point, you are making more of a case for postpartum psychosis because none of this adds up together. State, you do realize that. Because anyone, if you're trying to tell this as a story, you're gonna wanna know the backstory. This makes no sense. This is incongruous for the character that we've come to know as LindsayClancy from the start of the show. It's a heel twist, and we don't have the precipitating thing. Do you understand how confusing that is?
To wrap exercise bands around each child's neck and pull until they are dead. She leaves the bands wrapped around each child's neck and goes back upstairs. In the kitchen, she gets a knife, and then she proceeds to the second floor of the home. In the middle of this, she misses a call from Patrick. He's at CVS. She misses the call. She calls him right back, and they talk for 14 seconds. Nothing that she does or says in that phone call is of concern to Patrick. He proceeds on his task, and she proceeds with hers. She goes to the second floor master bedroom.
Here's why that wouldn't sound abnormal to me. Again, if she is in a psychotic state where command auditory hallucinations are telling her to do what she did, she has done her mission. She would be acting as if everything is good because she has finally listened to if she is deeply psychotic, then she thinks what she did was right because she finally followed the command hallucination. She has finally followed the voice that has been telling her to do this for weeks and weeks. So, if in that state, she would act normal because she has done what she has been told to do, what she has been fighting against for so long. Maybe I'm putting too much into this, but it doesn't strike me as odd that she would be completely normal if in a psychotic state, because that is the very definition of a psychotic state. You don't know that this is not wrong. You, in fact, have no touch that this is, not part of reality. You, in fact, think that Jesus did tell you to unalive the, you know, I don't know, the big bird because it'll stop earthquakes. Um, If she planned it, she wouldn't she wait until her husband was at work? That's the other thing. I mean, the state is really stretching credulity and the she planned it like a mastermind, especially when, we get the other side from the defense as to how many mental health drugs she was on in a very short amount of time. Yeah, there was a very short period in when she interacted for 14 seconds and could fake normalcy for 14 seconds.
Locks the door, crushes up some pills, and attempts to take her own life. She uses the knife she got in the kitchen to slash her wrists and her neck. She moves the bed away from the wall, away from the window. She opens that window and goes out. She lands on the cold, hard ground. Shortly thereafter, around 6 p.m., Patrick comes home. He's got the takeout bag and the CVS bag with the medicine. He enters into the house through the mudroom door into the kitchen area, places the bags down. It's eerily quiet. He calls to the kids, no answer. He calls to the defendant, no answer. He takes out his phone and dials the number for Lindsay's phone, defendant's phone, no answer. He then goes upstairs and finds the master bedroom door locked. He opens it and enters the room, sees blood and the window open. He then goes to the backyard, and that's where he finds the defendant. She's on the ground outside that window, moaning and mumbling. At 6:11 p.m., he calls 911 for help. First responders arrive to the home almost immediately. He's still on the phone with 911 when the responders arrive, and they go right to the backyard and tend immediately to the defendant. While they're with the defendant, Patrick tells the first responders, "I need to find my kids."
Now, another motion that was brought forward by Patrick Clancy, Lindsay Clancy's ex-husband and the father of the victim children, we will not be hearing the 911 call, obviously, where this father finds his children. Now, the jury in the gallery will get to hear that because obviously this is part of what they need to make their choice. And certain autopsy photos and different things will obviously not be shown to us. And I think that's a-okay. While I understand the other side of the argument that this is all public record, I don't like being a voyeur into people's most personal pain. And at the bottom of every trial is real human tragedy. So I am okay with us not getting that, but do be aware that after opening statements, we are probably going to hear from Patrick Clancy as one of the first several witnesses to explain, that day, how he came home, what he found, and obviously that's going to be incredibly hard testimony.
He had asked the defendant where the kids were, and she told them they were in the basement. So when he went in the house, that's the first place he went, down into the basement. He's still on the phone with 911 when he finds each child with an exercise band still wrapped around their neck. He screams for help.
And thank you so much, Wolfram and JKD Buck and all of my mods, and have a wonderful lunch.
And he says, "She killed the kids." Efforts made to resuscitate Cora and Dawson were futile, but first responders from Duxbury and the surrounding communities were persistent, and they kept trying to resuscitate them all the way to the hospital. But when they arrived at the hospital, there was nothing more that medical staff could do for Cora and Dawson. The staff at Beth Israel were able to get a heartbeat on Callan, but he never started breathing on his own. He never regained consciousness. He had no brain activity. Nonetheless, he was transferred to Boston Children's Hospital, where he died 3 days later on January 27th. The defendant was taken to South Shore Hospital and then transported subsequently to Brigham and Women's in Boston. She had multiple traumas, including spinal injuries, as well as superficial injuries to both her wrists and her neck.
Now, I do want to clarify something. Superficial does not mean as in they were, just superficial means something different in medical terms. So she did get through the first layer of kind of the dermis. She didn't go through the muscle layer or into the bones. So while superficial might sound like, oh, she just did, a kind of attention-seeking thing. No, these were quite deep, or they did look pretty gnarly, but they hadn't gone through those other layers. So this is a bit of a trick that I've seen prosecutors from Hank Brennan to this particular prosecutor use, and it could be a natural misunderstanding of the difference between the use of superficial in regular nomenclature and then in medicine. But these do not mean that these were fake, insignificant injuries. It does mean simply that it didn't go through the muscle layer and things like that. So did want to kind of clarify that, because there are parts of this where I think it could be ignorance to what the term means kind of in medical issues, but it's also a way to shade the narrative. And I do realize that I do tend to identify more with Lindsay because I did struggle with postpartum depression, but I am trying to keep an open mind to what the Commonwealth is saying. So I am trying to keep an open mind, but I do have a lot of questions about why this case was brought in the way it was brought, with the relevant fact patterns of all of the, help and medical escalation that Lindsay went through, that our family went through to try to get help, and it didn't seem like anyone was listening.
Is paralyzed. We expect during the course of this trial that you'll hear the defendant made claims that either right after Patrick left the house or after he called her from the CVS, depending on which version of the events she's telling, she heard a voice, a male voice, a voice that she had never heard before, a voice that she never heard again. And that voice told her that it was her last chance, that she had to kill the kids so that she could kill herself. She immediately took action when she heard the voice, with no direction or details from this so-called voice, and she killed the children. Once she killed the children, the voice stopped. When you consider this information in the course of the trial, ladies and gentlemen, I ask that you consider the source, the timing, the substance of
I
her
believe
statements
so.
about this voice.
I believe that they go to a grand jury and they present all the evidence, and if the grand jury believes 51% more, because it's a very low bar that the grand jury has to, decide, there is more evidence, more likelihood that she did it maliciously, or, she did murder, than this was a horrible accident. Jinx, now according to the civil lawsuit, and again, I've only gotten about 23 pages in, she had documented dissociative episodes prior to this, and self-deletion ideations, that she has documented twice, calling a hotline and a mental health practitioner. Both of them turned her away because she didn't have an exact plan. At least that's what's alleged in the civil lawsuit.
You're also going to hear from, or you may hear from, forensic psychologists and psychiatrists who talk about what's called command hallucinations and voices that people hear before they do something. And when you hear that testimony, I ask that you keep in mind the details of what she's saying the voice told her, and the details of when this voice spoke to her. Another important thing to remember throughout the course of this trial is that this is not a case about the LindsayClancy that sits before you today. This case is about the LindsayClancy on January 24th, 2023, at the time of the crimes. This was not a woman in the throes of psychosis on January 24th, 2023. This was a woman who acted intentionally, rationally, and swiftly to accomplish a very specific goal: to kill. You'll see and hear evidence.
I do wonder, and I know I tend to pause a lot. I do wonder about this very harsh, this very judgmental, this very condemning, tone being taken by a very severe woman. Again, I don't think it would be so bad as tonally and optically for the jury to see that this woman has absolutely no chill for Lindsay if we didn't have a very good F. Lee Bailey style defense attorney who is going to humanize the ever living shit out of Lindsay. So this condescending, snarky attitude that this woman, again, this woman who, but for all intents and purposes, for the first 90% of the day was a great mom, and then for reasons that you have yet to explain to me, pulled off this, mafia hit style, level of coldness, wet work, hit squad style thing. I'm having a little bit of a hard time following you here. I, maybe it's just me, but again, you haven't made this make sense. You haven't made the Lindsay from that day make any sense as to how or why she turned into Cruella de Vil. And I get that you don't need to prove a motive, you don't need to do that, but your story does have to make sense. And if she is this conniving, evil, monstrous woman, then you better have, like, screenshots, you better have, Letitia Stalk level of Google searches, "I hate my life, I wanna go date someone, I wanna become a flight attendant," because 'cause you're gonna need to show me, did she look up how to fake schizophrenia? Do you have all of this? Because I really need to know what set you off, what made this malicious and not a tragedy to you? Because right now you haven't told me anything that if you are looking at the fact pattern on its face of it, it cued you into this being malicious. Again, I'm willing and open to every fact pattern, but you haven't given me a reason why yours has verisimilitude versus the defense's alternate, theory.
It's about all the things that she did that day, what she did in the days leading up to this incident, leading to the murders. You'll hear her spending time with her family and friends. You'll hear her appearing to be in good spirits and doing better for all intents and purposes.
Now, this is the part that I think maybe what always strikes me as so incredibly fascinating about humanity is one person will be incredibly open and able to see all of the forest on nearly every single topic, but there will be one topic that there is just a tree in front of them, and that is the topic that they just can't see the forest because of the tree. And I think that there is a massive parallel to having an invisible disability and how dismissive people are at the fact that, "Oh, well, you're walking okay now," or "You're smiling in this picture. Are you sure you have real pain? Are you sure you're not making this up in your head? The doctor that you don't have a broken bone. There's nothing showing up on X-rays." And I think that this case touches that very big nerve, and I think the state is going to have to be very careful because it doesn't take much for you to personalize this. It doesn't take much for you to know someone who's been let down by the medical establishment and and start to gain sympathy for Lindsay. So I think they're coming at this in the wrong way when they are demeaning her claims of mental instability right off the jump. It looks condescending, it looks snarky, and it looks very severe and judgmental, which is not optically a great look when you look like a linebacker from the 1984 Bears. That being said,
On that very day, you'll hear she interacted with people at the doctor's office. She came home and took care of the kids. She talked to people on the phone and via text message. The evidence will show you she was not psychotic that day. Throughout the evidence in this trial, you will learn about the defendant being the class.
how do you prove non-psychosis? I mean, how do you prove a negative? How do you prove that she wasn't psychotic? It'll be interesting to see how the state thinks they can prove non-psychosis.
Classic overachiever in school, in her personal life, in her nursing career. She was someone who liked to control every little detail of her life, of her family's life. In contrast to pictures you'll see of the doting mother, the dedicated nurse, you'll also see a side of LindsayClancy that's different. Somebody extremely controlling, meticulous, and manipulative. The days were laid out with specificity. Strict schedules were expected to be maintained. Food was planned carefully. Sleep was
Ma'am, do you have 3 children under the age of 4? Do you understand that some of us, type A, those of us who rely on control to feel safe, do you understand that those of us who deal with, stressors like that, and when you have, 3 children under the age of 5, you need schedules, you need regimented, you need regimens, you need schedules, you need to understand exactly where your day is going because you are being led around by small little human people. I swear to goodness.
She was meticulous. She was such a bitch.
I don't know. I make schedules. I line things out. What part of psychotic was I?
Scheduled to the minute. And in the time after Callan was born, her last baby, the family had to adjust. And by all sources that I expect you're going to hear at that trial, that summer was great. But after Patrick had finished his paternity leave and was back to work full time, when she no longer had a nanny to watch the baby, do laundry, tidy up the house, follow her schedule, when she was responsible for it all, it was hard. It was hard for her to maintain that control. It was hard for her to.
Tell me you don't have kids without telling me you don't have kids. She didn't want to maintain control. She wanted to survive. Again, you have small children. They all have to maintain a schedule. There are nap times. There are feeding schedules. There are different nap times for different kiddos. There are different things that need to be achieved in the day. You are not being controlling. I am sorry. This woman is pissing me off. Again, I should not personalize this. But I'm with RJ and LC. This doesn't seem like strong argument.
Bond with her kids. And in efforts to maintain control, she withheld information from her husband, from her doctors. She reported serious symptoms that were inconsistent with her daily activities, you'll hear. And ultimately, on January 24th, 2023, the defendant made a calculated decision. This was a woman who no longer liked the life she thought she wanted. It was getting harder and harder to control.
This was not about control. This is a fundamental misunderstanding, and why the state, I think, I understand why they optically put two women, but if you are going to put two childless cat ladies up, it's not going to look right. Allegedly, I don't know. Maybe this woman has all the children. But it is a fundamental misunderstanding. Again, Andrea Yates was very controlled. She was homeschooling. She was doing all of these overachieving, meticulous things. Because that is how women out of control deal with things. We intend to internalize chaos. When things around us are out of control, what do we notice that young girls do? They tend to adopt eating disorders because everything else is out of their fucking control. So they can absolutely control what goes into their mouth holes. Women, girls tend to internalize the chaos. It gets diagnosed as anxiety, depression, histrionics, all the things. So what looks like calculated control might be Lindsay holding on for dear life because God bless it. Do I absolutely mask the hell out of my life to look like I have a modicum of control in a body that doesn't make any sense to me. So if Lindsay was in a mind that didn't make any sense to her, she'd be masking the hell out of this. And I really hope an expert can explain that. Because I get it. I get if you don't get it, if you would have never had to mask like your life depends on it, you think it's impossible. You would never believe that a person could be clinically depressed like Robin Williams and be masking as the funniest person on earth. Gee. Or Philip Seymour Hoffman, a funny guy. He couldn't be sad or masking depression, could he? Janis Joplin, one of the greatest musicians ever, a talent, someone that, was a voice of a generation. She couldn't be masking things with drug use. Chris Farley, no, he was a funny guy. He couldn't have been dealing with demons. This is such a stupid and topical view of what mental health is, and we wonder why there's still a problem in this country. Well, they weren't acting crazy. Looked all suspicious to me.
And when she saw the opportunity to escape, she made the selfish choice to take it and to take Cora, Dawson, and Callan first before attempting to take her own life. Ladies and gentlemen, this is not a public debate about women's mental health and how the medical system treats women. This case is about this defendant, Lindsay Clancy. There is no dispute that she was dealing.
No, you want to negate every single thing about the mental health history that she had. So yes, it very much is a debate about that. It's a debate about whether women's mental health is relevant in their legal cases. If we are going to treat a problem we've been ignoring since Andrea Yates, we are 20 years on since, I thought that we were going to take steps to stop this. But again, we have another trial like this with another woman who screamed for help and didn't get any. And we wonder why we're still here 20 years later.
Dealing with mental health issues during this time period prior to the murders. There'll be medical records, medical doctors, mental health professionals that will talk about treatment, prescriptions, hospital visits. All that's going to be before you. The evidence will show that this defendant had a means and access to mental health that most people don't. And she chose to deal with her mental health issues in the worst way. She chose to manipulate her providers, seek out the quick and easy fix when she was feeling depressed and anxious. And when she didn't get what she expected, she chose an alternate route. She sought a different doctor. She changed medications after days. She disengaged from treatment when she didn't like the plan.
She felt disassociated from herself. And let me tell you, that is an incredibly scary feeling. I was put on Lyrica, and legitimately, I felt like I was playing myself from a controller behind myself. It was one of the scariest things I've ever felt mentally. And I couldn't explain it. And medical science is about at the level of the great industrial revolution as far as it comes to understanding the brain and all its complexities. And yet they throw these MOABs, these incredibly powerful drugs at something they don't understand. And it's not medical science's fault. They're learning at their own rate, but they still are at the industrial revolution. We haven't even got to transistors or microchips or in our understanding of the human brain. And yet to say that you can just look at it and say she was manipulating. These are incredibly delicate processes that they don't fully understand, that they are throwing drugs at. And I genuinely don't mean it. I hope that they are doing a lot of research. I hope that we figure out the brain, but it's uncharted territory, and to act like it's settled science. I'm a scientist working in a field related to brain tumors. We literally know fuck all about the brain. Thank you for that. So these aren't side effects that are, just like, oh, I've got a little bit of the trots. These are legitimate, scary warning side effects that these drugs can cause. And to say she was, she just wasn't compliant and she was being manipulative. Well, then you better have daggone proof, because I'm going to tell you that I wasn't compliant with my doctor's orders. When they put me on a medication that made me feel like crap, I didn't take it.
After only 4 months in treatment, she made a choice, a deliberate and intentional decision that she did not want to try anymore. And because no one could take care of her kids the way she wanted them to, she had to take them with her. Despite all the precision that she exhibited that day, you'll hear, the timing of it all, the swiftness of the killings, overcoming the interruption of Patrick's phone call, what she did not anticipate was that she would not be able to complete the act by killing herself. Ladies and gentlemen, people with mental illness commit crimes every day and are responsible for them. The fact that someone may suffer or have a mental illness, a mental disease or defect, is not the end of the inquiry when it comes to guilt or innocence. It is whether a person can appreciate the wrongfulness or criminality of the conduct and conform their conduct to the law? Do they know what they were doing, and can they control their actions? The evidence in this case will prove beyond a reasonable doubt that this defendant coldly and efficiently executed first Dawson, then Cora, and finally Callan. One by one, she strangled the life out of each one of them. She did so with no hesitation, with
This is where the Commonwealth's story falls apart for me, because Corey Richards, we knew she had a side piece, and all this debt. She just didn't want to be a mom no more. This is such a basic understanding, and I really question the optics. Again, I understand that this is not something that maybe lawyers pay attention to, but to a jury, to have someone so strident and unsympathetic to any sort of pressures that a mom would be under with small children, to make it sound like she's manipulative, like she quit, like she gave up. The wholly unsympathetic view of this, I think, is really going to backfire for the Commonwealth, because I think if anyone on the jury had, small children close together, I think that their mind might go to, I wasn't meticulous. I had to have a schedule because those kids would have run me wild. I mean, that's kind of, or, doesn't sound like she's controlling, sounds like she's trying to survive having a bunch of kids under the age of 5. So I do think that there is an incredible danger that the state is going to turn off jurors. And even if they have any credible points, the fact that they are so completely unsympathetic to her, and I get where they're coming from, that it would be definitely hard if they believe she is a manipulating woman, then you need to pull out points where she's been manipulative beyond she didn't like a medication, so she went off of it. Because I very much feel like, unless we have everyone from her family saying, she's a pretty good mom, but she liked to tell some whoppers, like she was a little Munchausen-y, if you know what I mean. I'm gonna have a really hard time thinking that she calculated this with no mental defect, that, again, any reasonable juror is gonna say, "So she was normal, normal, normal," and you're saying she just did a heel flip for no reason?
deliberate premeditation and extreme atrocity and cruelty. She is criminally responsible for the murders because the evidence will prove to you that she knew exactly what she was doing. She drew her husband out of the house, their father, so that she had the opportunity and the time to carry out these murders. She maintained the ability to control her conduct, conform her conduct, when she attempted to kill herself to escape the consequences. At the conclusion of this case, we're going to come back and we're going to
Again, the way she just stated that there totally negates that she might have been overwhelmed with horror or grief at what she had just done. To paint her, to make the extraordinary claim that she did the heel flip of this magnitude and she became Cruella de Vil squared, you need to show me some evidence that she calculated this, and then she's like, "Mwahaha, I'm going to get away with this." It doesn't make sense.
ask that you return guilty of the murders of Cora Clancy, Dawson Clancy, and Callan Clancy because the defendant committed those crimes.
All right, thank you, counsel. Mr. Reddington, do you wish to give an opening?
I do. Your Honor, I might use the easel, may it be placed in front of the TV screen so that the jurors are able to. Yes. We thank jurors for time away from your life, your jobs, your family, coming to court, listening to a trial, certainly is a service that's provided by you as citizens. But in this case, God bless you. You people are going to have to listen to some of the most horrific things. Look at some of the most horrific things. And jurors, it's a beautiful system. You pass between, as you heard Don Clerk say, you probably don't remember it, but it's old language, it goes back to Old England. It says that you as jurors pass between the government, them, and she places herself on her country, which country you are. You owe allegiance to nothing but your oath, your consideration, and your time, your common sense. You bring your life experience to this trial. You render a verdict. And as jurors, experiences, take the job very, very, very seriously. You people never forget this case. And thank you for that service.
Okay, just from a former theater kid, can we talk about this man's presence, his gravitas? Honest to God, if I was going to do a remake of 12 Angry Men, this man and that pause, again, there are things that you cannot teach that I think are incredibly important. And that little pause, that empathy, it's something he genuinely feels. I'm not saying it's an affectation, but you cannot teach, you know, connecting with a jury like this. This is these are the kind of attorneys I geek out on, and I feel a little ashamed because I'm like, "Oh my goodness, we're gonna get to watch a really good attorney," when I know at the bottom of this, we're watching a case about something so horrific. But these are the kind of attorneys that you want to see that really do have those real life Matlock moments.
Government says that this is a situation, it's not a referendum on women's having babies and having postpartum psychosis, postpartum depression, but it sure as hell is. Because you're going to hear, consistent with what His Honor told you in the instructions, consistent with the obligation that the government has when they brought this charge. Tim Cruz, the DA, right in the front row, brought this charge. He knew, as did his office, the facts of this case. And he knew when he brought this charge that it was going to kill the soul of this young woman. And they would bring their evidence in front of a jury that she knows that she killed these children. We'll sit here, listen to their evidence, but I suggest to you that the issue for consideration is what was going on in that woman's mind. You're going to hear evidence that, as the government said, Lindsay was a kind of a parent pleaser. She was a person that in school had a lot of friends, still has friends. You'll hear evidence to this day from the 6th grade. High school, college, nursing school.
And welcome, Cyberchick Boston viewers. We are still in openings. I'm taking a lot of time because the state really bothered me. I had some logical questions, but now we are on to the defense, and I may have a bit of a nerd crush on Attorney Reddington. He has the gravitas, and he really humanizes Lindsay, which, for all intents and purposes, you've got to imagine would be a terribly difficult thing to do. Even with all of the mental health background, there's still at the bottom line is a woman who took the lives of her 3 children. And to be able to successfully, humanize this young lady, this woman, and, reframe her from this calculating, manipulative woman that the Commonwealth has tried to, position her as, is not an easy feat. And to be able to do it in an entertaining and memorable way to get the jury's attention, to make them notice, because this is all about storytelling and getting people hooked on your narrative. You want to get those little fillers in, like, hey, you're going to see this side and this side, but which side makes more sense? My side, really. When you look at all the evidence, and the more entertaining, the more humanizing and understanding you can be on a juror's level, I think that's so important, and it's something that I don't think all attorneys think about.
You're going to hear evidence that Lindsay, in the course of being in high school, she was a high achiever, gymnastics. Stopped doing gymnastics because she hurt herself and didn't like to do the backflips and stopped doing gymnastics, but she was very athletic. You're going to hear evidence that right after she had the birth, the last child, within 4 or 5 days, she ran a 5K. She was very, very, very physically fit. Her life was such that she watched what she ate, watched what she did in her life as far as activities, and was one heck of a mother. She loved her children. All the things that the DA said to you about those little kids and their life and what they like, she knows 1,000 times more than what they know. And in that capacity, as a mother, daily you'll see evidence that she would decorate rooms, that she and Patrick did have that achievement of a wonderful life. They had it all. They met in Boston. She was a young nurse out of school. He was working in his industry. They ended up falling in love. They got married, bought a nice house. And people will say, oh, they're living in this mansion. No, they're living in a very, very humble house in Duxbury that they had to struggle to pay for. That house you will see, not from the view, because it's not enough that we have photographs. On top of the photographs, we have to have a video. And on top of the photographs and the video, we have to have an auto-computerized animated display. And on top of the photographs, the video, the automated animated display.
Now, the defense attorney has been incredibly frustrated with the fact that the defense has been willing to stipulate to most of the facts in this case. Yes, Lindsay, horrifically took the lives of the children. Yes, she, did this while Patrick was away. We stipulate to all of this. So he has been relentless in pointing out the absolute insanity of the state going through all of these steps to prove something that the defense was going to stipulate to. So while this might not be a really big part or relevant to the jury, I am a fan of airing grievances that don't make any logical sense.
We have to get on a bus and go take a ride and look at the house where some guy and his wife are now living, that it doesn't look at all like what it looked like when Lindsay and Patrick were living there.
I love that we've taken time out of the opening statement to bitch about something he finds ridiculous in the trial. He's like, not only are you going to get a PowerPoint, but you're going to get a virtual interactive PowerPoint. And if that's not enough, you get to go to the house where some rando lives. Isn't this fun? I very much love this. This is something I would do. I but probably not the most professional thing to do in that opening statement, but I feel his pain because this makes no sense to me.
There with their 3 kids. But there are videos that show what that home looked like that day, prior to that. You'll see in every room, there are things hanging on the walls, alphabets, colors, numbers, pictures of different cartoon characters, and I'm too old to even remember what they are. Movies, all sorts of toys, erector sets, trucks, all over the living room. There was no dining room.
Now, everything's fine over here. I do know she was under the care of a nurse practitioner. I haven't gotten as far in the civil lawsuit case. So I do know she was under the care of a nurse practitioner, but when I worked under a nurse practitioner in Indiana, I do know that they had to have like an overriding physician in charge of any prescriptions that they wrote. I don't know if that's the same case as Massachusetts. It could be or not. I'm not that aware of legal statutes and requirements. So I'm not aware of if there were any physician's assistants, but I do know that there was a nurse practitioner.
It was a large thing for the baby to be in and then surrounded by toys. Every single room had toys in it. These children were loved and nurtured and cared for by her. She didn't want to get rid of her kids because of her selfish life, as the government indicates. She loved those children right up.
Yeah, that was such an incredibly callous line. And if they didn't think that the defense was going to sweep that up, especially when they offered no examples like, searched, I hate my life, I hate my children, searched, I want to run away and join the circus. You can't throw out extraordinary claims in your opening statement like she wanted to get rid of her children and not have anything to back that up. When the defense, this gnarled old man is going to come up and basically kindly say, everything that guy just said is bullshit, and here's why. I mean, it's an interesting strategy, Commonwealth, but I wouldn't try it.
Up to the time of their death. You're going to see that there's photographs in this case that you will be able to evaluate that show that. Some of them might even be in the videos that the state police took. This case is a massive production by the district attorney's office. You have the district attorneys, the assistant district attorneys, the assistants to the assistant district attorneys. You have the state police crime laboratory. You have the detectives. You have the state police, the armed men that will go out and interview witnesses and will investigate this case. You have the victim witness advocate, very nice lady, by the way, that deals with witnesses and people in a case such as this. It's a massive operation, and that's great. We should have that. But when you're considering the evidence, you consider the fact that you have two young people that were living this life, that were working, and Patrick, not because of COVID, not because of he just didn't want to work in an office anymore. He worked out of his basement. He worked in an office in the basement. He was there because of what Lindsay was going through. He was there. He lived it. And he will testify to it. He doesn't have to testify, quite frankly, and identify clothing and be distraught and placed in a position of horror in this courtroom. But he will testify to what they went through.
And this is a terrible place for the state to be in my opinion. They have shown themselves to be utterly unsympathetic to her. And right after that very unsympathetic, we are here to crucify this malicious, calculating woman. You have a defense attorney who's talking about the father shouldn't have to come up here. You shouldn't have to go and see all of this. This is the mistake that they did by going up there so strident, by showing absolutely no sympathy, by giving no credence to any mental health issue. They opened the door for the defense to basically bring the humanity in. And that is not the place you want to be for the state when you know you have an inherently sympathetic witness to a lot of people. This was an intensely big misstep as far as I'm concerned. If I'm a juror, I'm going in with an open mind, but I'm appreciating the attorney who is saying, you don't need to see all of this. You don't need to see a man lose his, relive the worst moment in his life. We don't want you to have to see that. We want you to go into the actual facts of what caused this case. And it is very dangerous to look like you're the one that cares about the jury, and the state looks like the one that is going to be pulling your soul through your eyeballs.
As a husband and a wife, the wife being pregnant, they had 3 kids. After the second child, she had postpartum. You're going to hear evidence that that's one of the issues that is important because that can lead to bipolar. One of the things that you don't do, which is taboo, is if you have somebody that's bipolar, you don't put them on an antidepressant, you don't put them on Zoloft, you don't put them on what's called an SSRI, selective serotonin reuptake inhibitors. It messes with your brain. You don't do that, but it was done in this case. The reason that Lindsay went to the doctors was in September 2022. July and August of 2022, they were very happy, lovely little family. September, things went sideways. And she looked for, and you heard the government saying, and remember what they say in their opening, and remember that when they prepare a case, and remember how they can point at different aspects of the case to show guilt, that show that somebody's conniving. In this case, how many times we heard she faked the suicide. Faked the suicide. Little cuts, dinky little cuts, scratches you'll get stated in the opening statement or time of the arraignment.
And again, this is a small thing where the state, all they had to do was look up what superficial means in medical terminology. This is an easy thing. Again, the state had to be aware that when they downplayed the injuries, all it would take would be the defense attorney showing pictures of the actual wounds. Because like I said, if you weren't with me, superficial in medical terminology means that the cut only went through the dermis, so the top layer of skin, not into the muscle. So it can still look like an incredibly deep cut. Superficial doesn't mean like a paper cut. It simply means that it didn't go into the deeper muscle tissue. So it can still look like an incredibly bad cut. And because the state was so utterly unsympathetic, this is terrible. This is terrible. Because now you look like you are lying about the truth. Again, the jury is looking at both sides to tell the truth as they see it. And when you are shown to be an uncredible bearer of the truth, then why should they listen to anything else you present? And in opening statements, you already do that. You have already proven yourself to, be shading the truth. This is an incredibly bad look.
That she asked for a lawyer, that's rich. You're going to hear evidence that she was in her bedroom after the horrific act in the basement, and that she was up in the bedroom, that she stood in front of a full-length mirror, that she took the knife that was in the kitchen that she had taken, and when she took the knife, she cut her throat in front of the mirror. This is no fake suicide. This is her.
Again, state, you've ruined it at your beginning. The fact that you could not show your absolute loathing for this woman and your lack of sympathy, you had to know this is basic level 101 stuff. All he had to do was show a picture of this. How dumb are you, state? And I'm not trying to be an ass, but you have to know that strategically your opponent is just going to have to show pictures and say, this doesn't look like a fake attempt to me, does it? Does it look like a fake attempt to you?
She was brought to the hospital. She was in the hospital. That's what her appearance was at the South Shore Hospital. When she's at the South Shore Hospital, she had wonderful care and treatment that was able, against her will, to save her life. Fake suicide, little scratches, dinky little scratches. This is a photograph that was taken at the South Shore Hospital of her neck. Photograph taken of her wrist showing the split in the skin. Photograph showing you'll see evidence of this, the bedroom floor next to the bed with the blood. The knife next to the cup. Sadly, a gift saying because kids. You see the white residue inside the cup? That's where the pills were crushed up with leftover lemonade from the night before, and she consumed that. That's the knife. This here you'll see is sleep aids. See this here, deep sleep pillow spray. She couldn't sleep. She couldn't sleep for months.
And if there's any person that has been through, and look, we all love our kiddos, or, if we don't have kiddos, babies or kiddos that we're around, but there's not a more exhausting, full contact, high stakes job than being a parent. And I swear to goodness, sometimes I don't know where mom begins and mom guilt ends. And the funny thing I've found about motherhood is those of us that are worried the most about screwing it up are generally the ones that are doing an okay job. Like, we're not perfect, none of us are. But you show me a mom who doesn't go to bed worrying about it, nearly everything she did that day. The mental load that even moms who don't struggle with postpartum depression, but struggle with the expectations of, how do I make this small, tiny human a good, productive, loved, encouraged member of society? It's an incredibly hard job, and most nights you go to bed feeling like, I can't even get him to brush his teeth, so forget, good member of society, I'd just like him to have all his teeth when he grows up. That real everyday worry that keeps you up at night, when your kids are maybe taking their first road trip and you don't sleep well until they get home, not because you don't trust them, not because you didn't raise them right, but because they're not there and you're a mom and it just worries you. And he's tapping into that. And these are real parenting things. And if anyone has ever had a newborn, they are going to understand how incredibly unhuman, how elated, how exhausted, how tired and happy and unfunctional you feel. And it's all there. It's a mix of joy, terror, anxiety, and I will have to look to see if a plea deal was offered. As far as I'm aware, no, but I don't think so. But I will have to check.
More photographs of the injuries to her neck. And then, in the course of the fake suicide speculation by the police, you'll see the evidence that she hung on the window ledge and, like Spider-Man, I guess, slid down the wall of the house. You're going to hear evidence that she flung and threw herself out the window, striking her head on the ground, full ground, causing what's known as a Jefferson fracture of her neck. She shattered, exploded her thoracic spine, shattered her cervical spine, the first disc, broke every rib. In the Jefferson fracture, you'll hear evidence is not consistent with a fake suicide by any means. Jefferson fracture is consistent with Superman when he got thrown off the horse. It's consistent with people that have the tragedy where they dive into a swimming pool as a result of which they get that fracture in their neck and they're paralyzed. She's paralyzed. She's not going to get up miraculously and walk out of this courtroom.
And according to ChatGPT, but I will look at other sources, there was no plea deal offered in this case.
Was paralyzed and will be paralyzed for the rest of her life. She's living her own hell. She knows what happened with those kids. And she wanted to die. When she was in the hospital, you're going to see evidence. The Brigham and Women's Hospital, when they transferred her from South Shore Hospital, air flight, into Brigham and Women's Hospital, and she was then given the emergency room or the emergency treatment at the Brigham and Women's Hospital. You couldn't move in that room. There was so much equipment, so many wires, so many breathing tubes, so many machines, humming, banging, clicking, and she's spread out like she's crucified on the bed while she's being treated in that room, surrounded by armed police officers. Out in the hallway, guarding the hallway against what? Anyone could guess. Guarding the hallway, guarding the room, guarding the bed, standing there. She's handcuffed to the bed. She goes to.
And this is how you righteously and indignantly, zealously fight for your client's life. He is not being he is pointing out the ridiculous overzealousness of this government. And he is doing it in a way that is scornful, but an affront to common sense. And that is great because at the end of the day, he is going to stand before this trial or before these jurors and say, use your common sense. The same guy that spoke the truth in opening statements and showed you every stupid thing that the state was going to do. I'm the same guy that showed you all of our cards, that told you exactly what happened and why it happened from the beginning. This man is awesome. Like I said, I already have a legal crush.
South Shore Hospital. Government speculates that, again, you see how the government is able to create what they want for facts, that she is so cold and calculating that she said that she heard voices after I brought a psychologist, Dr. Zeisel, into that room to see her. I had to move heaven and earth. You'll hear evidence that they wouldn't even let her have visitors. She couldn't even see her family for over a week. The cops wouldn't let anybody near her. That room was an armed camp. I had to move heaven and earth and practically get a court order to be able to get in there and see her while she's laying in the bed. And they suggest and will suggest that she said, I heard voices, I heard command hallucinations telling me to kill the kids and then kill myself, after she talked to Paul Zeisel as if he was telling her what to say because I'm the lawyer and I brought him into that hospital. You're going to hear evidence that Paul Zeisel is one of the most respected psychologists. You're going to hear evidence that he was embedded with the military in Afghanistan for years. You're going to hear evidence that he works for the government when there's a shooting involving the FBI, the CIA, or any of those alphabet soup cops. He's involved out interviewing these people for post-traumatic stress. I knew that he was the man to talk to this young woman in the hospital. When I finally was able to get into that room, into that hospital, he was with me. He did not tell her command voices. He, as a human being, gave her a cell phone so she could call Patrick. But you know what? You're going to hear evidence from a woman who works at Brigham and Women's Hospital. I saw Lindsay as soon as she came out of her coma. She is a woman that works with the religious services in that hospital. And the first thing that Lindsay wanted to know is, where's my family? And then she told her about what happened and told her about the command voices. And this is well before she ever met me or Paul Zeisel. So you have to keep focused. on the evidence because it's so easy to manipulate. There's no fake suicide. And there was no plan to fake her sickness. This is a young woman that, with her husband, tried very hard to get the help she needed. She went and saw a doctor by the name of, oh, by the way, remember in the opening, the government says she shopped around for doctors, I guess, that she wanted to get doctors to, I don't know, give her drugs or something. You can hear evidence that she went online.
Again, state, when you say things like she shopped around for doctors, there is a colloquial understanding of why one would do that. And when you try to link it to mental health, but you don't give us a reason why she manipulated and what she was, in your words, malingering or manipulating the mental health, profession, it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense when you learn about the steps she went through, when you hear that she brought her husband. It very much doesn't sound like someone trying to manipulate doctors. And just for FYI, in case you didn't know, but Seroquel is not a drug that many people want to play with. It's not one of those, very well-known, not street legal pharmaceuticals. It just isn't. Not really.
And she looked for someone that was into neonatal or post-baby delivery because she knew that she was in trouble. She couldn't sleep. She had insomnia. It wasn't just, when you get up in the middle of the night because your phone's on. She couldn't sleep. She'd only get 2 hours a night, 3 hours a night if she's lucky, as time went on. In September, she went to see Dr. Tufts. Jennifer Tufts is the name of the doctor. Jennifer Tufts then gave her a prescription for Zoloft, which is an antidepressant. It's one of those SSRIs. She didn't take the Zoloft for a couple of weeks because she was breastfeeding. She was afraid to have the baby have anything to do with drugs, but ultimately couldn't do it any longer, took the Zoloft, and was spun out of control. Well, because you can hear evidence because she was bipolar. You don't give a bipolar person Zoloft, but she got it. You're going to see what the effect was that it had on her as that week went on, as that month drove on, and she couldn't sleep, and she was unable to emote, had no emotions, had no feelings, was unable to really react to anything, but had to take care of the kids. And as the government says, well, she was able to talk to people. She was able to talk to neighbors. Sure, you're going to hear because they don't call them, we're going to call them. People that knew Lindsay as a mother, people that knew Lindsay, teachers of those kids will indicate what kind of a mother she was, as will neighbors, as will friends, as will people that saw her during that period of time. You're going to hear evidence from Patrick as to the effect that this sickness had on her. She was looking into it. You're going to see her Google searches. You're going to see her Google searches go on and on and on about how to take care of postpartum. What type of drugs? Can you become addicted to benzodiazepines? What about, is it possible to have a treatment, a ketamine treatment? What do I do as far as insomnia? What do I do about my thoughts to kill myself? Ways to kill. How do you kill? What do you do to kill? Government lashes onto that. Oh my God, she's looking up ways to kill. Let's make that a basis of our prosecution on this case. This is not a righteous prosecution. They're looking for every single piece of evidence that they can to show some ridiculous concept that she wanted to kill her beautiful kids because she didn't want to be a mother anymore. This is a woman that was a nurse. She worked for one of the best hospitals in the country. She was in a labor delivery. You're going to hear from labor and delivery nurses that will tell you how dedicated she was. Cora was named after the very, very first baby that she delivered as a nurse in the hospital. That's where the name Cora came from. Cora was named after her first delivery. This is a woman who did nothing in her life but dedicate her life to helping people and be a good person and a good nurse and a great mother. And as time went on, looking like anyone else would, please help me. That's what it's all about. Give me help. And you can say, well, the government will say, God, she was able to talk to people. She wasn't drooling. She wasn't putting tin foil inside of a hat when she was going to the schools. No, she was able to talk to people. We actually have,
You know, just when you feel like the stigma to mental health is over, you get the Commonwealth, in this case, and then, the Commonwealth in the Megan God, what was her name? Boswell case, where they were trying to make the, boyfriend of Megan Boswell suffering from schizophrenia, and the fact that there was foil in the trash can where beautiful little Evelyn was found, somehow link because schizophrenia, means tinfoil hats. You can be struggling with some hellacious things and look normal on the outside. I thought that the last 20 years were us understanding that many people were masking so many things. And yet, the the Commonwealth is like, nope, establish science.
meaning the government, we have video of her and Patrick and the kids at the Museum of Science, and they were actually having a good time. We also have video that shows them down at the Cape Cod, down the Cape, with the kids, and they're in bathing suits. I guess she was fine. She put on a pretty good face. So what does she do? She goes to see, September 12th of 22, she looked for a psychiatrist. That's when she hooks up, if you will, with Dr. Jennifer Tufts, early October of 22, initial appointment. October 20th of 22, reports the adverse reaction that she was having to the selective serotonin reuptake inhibitor Zoloft. November 16th, she goes to the South Shore Hospital emergency room because she was so depressed and so maxed out from lack of sleep and so unable to emote. She couldn't laugh, she couldn't cry, she couldn't have any feeling. She was a robot.
And I do want you to keep in mind that she is a labor and delivery nurse, so she has to know the severity of what these signs mean. She knows that there's a potentiality, for postpartum psychosis. She knows that these are bad symptoms to be having on Zoloft, these increased, self-deletion thoughts. These are side effects that the label that your doctor will tell you. Please reach out to us if you have an increase in these immediately. These are incredibly dangerous side effects. So these are not things that pharma and the medical establishment is unaware of.
She went to South Shore Hospital. She was referred and engaged with South Shore Perinatal Behavioral Health. This was Patrick's mother. This is Patrick's mother, Mrs. Clancy, who's a nurse, well-respected nurse, wonderful woman. She works at the South Shore Hospital, labor and delivery as well. She knows Lindsay, and she told Lindsay, you gotta go to this outfit here, which was the South Shore Perinatal Behavioral Health. She didn't look them up because she wanted to get drugs. She was referred by her mother-in-law, who's a nurse. She went to see these people, November 21st of 22. When she was engaged at the South Shore Perinatal Behavioral Health, she's going on one drug to the next to the next. The drugs that she was prescribed, you see here, and you'll hear evidence that, first off, Jennifer Tufts, September 15th, 22, sertraline, that's the Zoloft. Then lorazepam, October 21st, Jennifer Tufts. Then hydroxyzine, Jennifer Tufts. Lorapazan, Jennifer Tufts. Buspirone, Jennifer Tufts. Lorazepam, increase, Jennifer Tufts. Buspirone, increase from 1 milligram to 5 milligrams, Jennifer Tufts. Trazodone, from another individual, fluoxetine, 10 milligrams from another person named Julie Paul. Julie Paul worked at the South Shore Hospital when she went there to go to try to get some help from South Shore Perinatal Behavioral Health. More medications, spiraling, continuing on, down. Pat lived this.
Again, the fact that the state continued to pursue this with all of this, knowing that this is going to be incredibly hard to prove. How do you prove a negative that she was not insane? I don't know how you do that, especially with all of the documented medication she was on. These are not, Tylenol. These are incredibly powerful MOABs in your keto anxiety machine that powers your entire body that science knows fuck all about. And they're just dropping MOABs in there. Not quite sure what they do, but let's just fiddle around with your thinky part. Giblets.
He will testify to what they went through. At this point, at the end of November, around Thanksgiving, she's reporting disassociation and confusion. They put her on Remeron. This is around Thanksgiving. Things were so bad at this point that her mother and father came up from Connecticut and lived with them to take care of the kids, to help, because she was walking around absolutely a zombie. She would rock on the sofa, crying hysterically, banging her head into the pillow of the sofa. Patrick will tell you what he observed with her. She dealt with her parents. Her parents were there to try to help. Is this someone that's faking because she doesn't want to be a mother anymore? The parents were there. Mother and father, wonderful people. Mother's retired. Dad took pictures of high school kids for yearbooks. They did what they could. Coming into December, after Thanksgiving, and they went, by the way, during the holidays, down to Connecticut at one point to visit with the family. But December 4th, she calls a suicide hotline seeking help. December 5th, she's evaluated by what's known as the Aspire Crisis Team. You'll hear evidence about that. December 6th, the next day, they have an appointment with Nurse Gelada. Now, Nurse Gelada comes into this action because, again, not looking for more doctors. Paul retired or left or went to another job. So all of a sudden, Nurse Paul, who was treating her and prescribing meds, leaves. Here's Nurse Gelada. She's now going to be your person you deal with. That's all. She wasn't looking for some other doctors to get additional medication.
Again, Commonwealth, these are Kathy Nestor like style mistakes where you confidently say something with the God-given audacity that someone without shame has, I guess. I don't know. And then it can be easily disproved. These are simple things that you could have researched. You look like a jackass state. I hope you're feeling good about yourself.
She now is dealing with Gelada. They have an appointment with Nurse Gelada, and Pat goes with her because he was so upset and says to Gelada, you'll hear evidence, do you think possibly that she's over-medicated? Do you think somebody screwed up? And she says, it's possible. And then she puts her on more medication. She puts her on, okay, December of 2022, you're going to see that Nurse Gelada, who is now on this chart, is in blue. Nurse Gelada puts her on quietapine, 25 milligrams, November 30th, December 6th, diazepam 5, December 7th, diazepam, December 7th, quietapine, December 9th, diazepam 5, December 13th, diazepam. And then she goes back to Jennifer Tufts because they just couldn't handle dealing with Rebecca Gelada because she wanted to wean off the drugs. Gelada told her to stay the course. She ends up going through the December 19th, 21st, 22nd, dealing with quietapine, 300 milligrams of quietapine. Now, what happens is they then suggest that what she has to do is go to Mass General Hospital. She goes to Mass General Hospital. At Mass General, they say, well, you can do like a day program, or you can go to this fantastic program down in Rhode Island called Women and Infants Program. So she goes to Women and Infants Program. She goes down for a day. She sits there in a group with other mothers and they talk. And they look at her medication and they say, you're going to see it in the medical records. We can't really help you as postpartum, and that's what they specialize in, because you've got medications that you're going to have to clear because the medications can be affecting you. She was there for a day. One day. They never said anything. You're not suffering from postpartum. Postpartum, every one of these doctors and nurses knew that she was suffering from postpartum. And now it's turning into psychosis. Now as she goes through the period of time, in January 5, Aliyah Goodhart from McLean Hospital puts on trazodone, 50 milligrams, lorazepam, 1 milligram, leaving the hospital. She goes to that hospital on New Year's Eve. She and Patrick decide this is it. The two of them get in their car. Family takes care of the kids. She goes to the hospital. Now it's locked wards. She goes into the hospital. She's there for 4 days. During that period of time that she's there, she's in group. She doesn't see a doctor but once. There's no discussion of medications till the very end. You'll see the medical records. You can look at the medical records. You'll see that her daughter's birthday was coming up and she wanted to leave rather than the 5th on the 4th. This is not a discharge against medical advice. They cleared her. They said, yeah, fine, you're okay, good luck, go home. She went home and she went to the birthday party. The government will have witnesses apparently to show that she was able to socialize, like, hi, how are you, at the trampoline where they had the birthday party for Cora. She's still living her nightmare. During this period of time, January 9th, back to Jennifer Tufts, puts her on diazepam. Jennifer Tufts kicks up the trazodone to 150 milligrams. January 13th, you've got Rebecca Jawada, puts her on diazepam. And by the way, when she was down at Rhode Island in the nurse and babies hospital, not a hospital, it was like a service, the people that were treating her for that one day reached out to Jawada to find out what's up with the medication. Jawada never called them back. You're going to hear evidence, and it's in the medical records, that when she and Patrick called Jawada to say, I got to wean off this. She didn't want more drugs. She wanted off the drugs. Jawada says, stay the course. She's going on vacation. I'll see you in a week. Comes back in a week. You're going to see that now Jennifer Tufts puts her on diazepam 2 milligrams on January 16th. Amitriptyline 10 milligrams, January 16th. Diazepam and diazepam between Tufts and Jawada. The last script is diazepam 2 milligrams, January 23rd. During that period of time, you can see that on December 20th and 22nd, she was evaluated at the Women's and Infants Partial Hospitalization Program in Rhode Island. December 30th, she returned to Mass General Hospital emergency room. December 31st, that's after Mass General told her to go to the hospital, you can go to McLean. New Year's Eve, December 20th of 22, they were admitted to McLean Hospital for psychiatric treatment. January 6th of 23 was post-discharge follow-up appointment with Dr. Tufts. January 10, 16, and 23, appointment Dr. Tufts, Dr. Tufts, Dr. Tufts. Day before the killings, Dr. Tufts. These are the medications that she was on, that she had filled, that she took, that she didn't take, and apparently, according to the opening statement by the government, was manipulating the doctors, not telling the doctors. She told them that she was suicidal. She told them that she had suicidal ideation, and in December, to his and her ever dying regret, told Patrick in the presence of her mother that she was having psychosis thoughts of hurting the children. This is a woman that did not get the medication, did not get the medical treatment that she so deserved. This is a woman that was suffering from psychosis at the time that she went down to that basement. She had no motive. She loved her children. She intended to kill herself. She didn't fake that. Threw herself out the window. Goes to the hospital. You're going to see that when she's in the hospital, they said to her, you want to, what do you call it, a DNR? Do not resuscitate her. Whatever. Absolutely did not want any DNR. Didn't want to be resuscitated, wanted to die. To this day wants to die. That's what we're dealing with on this prosecution. So you're going to hear from witnesses. It's going to be emotional. And thank you for your service. Thank you, Judge.
Wonderful opening
All
statement
right, members of the
again,
jury, we're going to
humanizing someone who the state painted as an absolute monster. I mean, objectively, if I knew nothing about this case and I came in from the state, I wouldn't like Lindsay at all. Not only did, you know, Attorney Reddington take us on a journey on every step where Lindsay called out for help, but explained a timeline, brought facts into this. You know, all of those facts that the state says they'll bring in, this man showed you the facts. I love this attorney. Mr. Moe, I still love you. I just may have a lawyer crush on Reddington.
Take the morning recess at this time. All right, I'm going to ask you to go out again. Don't discuss the case. We'll be back here probably about 15, 20 minutes, and we'll begin.
And I love that we can zip through breaks. Okay, we seem to be having an extra long break, not more than 15 minutes. Now, if you guys are new to trials, we will be going now into the Commonwealth's case in chief. Now, it is anticipated that Patrick Clancy is going to be one of the first witnesses, if not the first witness. He is Lindsay Clancy's ex-husband and obviously the father of the victims in this trial. And my heart goes out to not only Patrick, but to all the first responders. There are so many victims and, you know, people that were affected by this case. My heart goes out to the first responders who worked probably longer than they knew was realistic on all of these children just because they couldn't let them go. And I can't imagine what they carry. And it is a unique case in which the defendant is not only a, you know, the suspect, but also a victim, if you look at it, of ridiculous medicine. So it is a very interesting case, but that is what we are looking at starting out with. I will I am fine with puppy kitten breaks and moxie breaks. We have puppy kitten breaks. I'll give you, they're about 30 seconds. So if we just need a little breather, this is what you guys can get. And it's just a little breather. Take a moment.
When the world feels like a dumpster dive and humans forget how to thrive, take a break, just you and me, with a puppy and kitten, wild and free. Paws and purrs, let's drift away to a land where tails wag and play. No more noise, just gentle muse in our furry four-legged cruise.
And then we do have a longer one, is about a minute and a half. Usually when I need to use a restroom break is when we employ that one. But it does remind you to get emotional support snacks, which will probably be necessary for this trial.
This court's now in session. Please be seated.
Your Honor, for the purpose of the record, we return back to the trial of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, including the defendant.
All right. Well, members of the jury, thank you for your patience with us. We're now going to begin the presentation of evidence. Commonwealth, can you call your first witness, please?
Thank you, Your Honor. Commonwealth calls Patrick Clancy.
Yeah, the last surviving female BG, which I didn't even know was a possibility, but falsetto. That voice is yikes.
Good morning, sir. Can you stop right here? Raise your right hand to the clerk.
Good morning. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony in the audience you shall give before and adjourn the matter now pending before the Commonwealth and the defendant of God shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. You may have a seat, sir.
All right, good morning, sir. I'm going to ask you to speak into that microphone. You can be seated if you'd like, if you're more comfortable. Okay? All right, come up, please.
Your Honor. Good morning. Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
Yeah, my name is Patrick Clancy. It's PATRICKCLANCY.
And what is your date of birth?
June 15th, 1988.
What city do you live in now?
New York.
And what do you do for a living?
I work in tech.
How long have you worked in tech?
14 years.
And were you previously married to a person named LindsayClancy?
Yes,
And you're divorced now, is that correct?
correct.
Do you see that person in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Could you point to them and describe something they're wearing?
It's not necessary.
She's wearing a pink shirt.
Record will reflect the identification of the defendant.
Thank you. Where did you meet the defendant?
In South Boston.
And when was that?
I think it was May 2013.
And how did you meet her?
Through my cousin.
And would it be accurate to state that your cousin had been college roommates of the defendant?
Yes.
And at some point in time, did you start dating?
Yes.
And around what time was that?
July 2013.
Did you eventually move in together?
Yes.
Do you remember when that was?
September 2015.
And where did you live?
In Quincy.
How long did you live in Quincy?
1 year.
And where did you go after that?
We bought a house in Weymouth.
And how long did you live in Weymouth?
2 years.
Did you eventually get married?
Yes.
And when was that?
December 2016.
And was that while you were living in Weymouth?
Yes.
Did you have your first child when you were living in Weymouth?
Yes.
And what was her name?
Cora.
And what was her date of birth?
December 24th, 2017.
Prior to getting married, did the defendant ever tell you she had taken psychiatric medication while in nursing school?
Not that I recall.
After having Cora, did the three of you move somewhere else?
Yeah, we moved to Duxbury.
And what was your address in Duxbury?
47 Summer Street.
And do you recall when you moved there?
I believe it was July 2018.
And where were you working at that time?
I was working for a startup called Automation Anywhere.
At some point in time, did you start working for Microsoft?
Yes.
And when was that?
May 2020.
And when you worked for Microsoft, did you go to an office or did you work from home?
I work from home.
And was that from 2020 onward that you worked from home?
No, I started working from home in 2018.
2018, okay. So from 2018 up until, let's say, 2023, you were working from home, is that correct?
Yes.
And did you have an office in your home which you worked out of?
Eventually, yeah.
And where was that located?
In the basement.
And was that a finished basement?
Yes.
Going back to after Cora was born, do you recall the defendant having any physical issues after the birth?
Yeah.
And what were those?
I think there was a lot of tearing and she bled a lot.
Did it take her a while to recover physically?
I would say so, yeah.
Did she have maternity leave at that time?
Yes.
Where was she working?
Mass General Hospital.
And what was she doing there?
She's a labor and delivery nurse.
At that point in time when she had Cora in 2017, how long had she been a nurse?
3 years, maybe.
And do you recall how long her maternity leave was with Cora?
That was the shortest of the three. I want to say it was 10 or 11 weeks.
And did you have paternity leave at that time?
Yeah, I had 2 weeks.
2 weeks, okay. When you went back after the 2 weeks back to work in the home, were there any issues that you noticed the defendant having?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I just want to correct an earlier statement. I was working for Pegasystems when Cora was born.
Okay. And then eventually you worked for Microsoft?
Yeah.
Okay. And so after.
I am not sure if any of his coworkers are going to be on the list. I do know that a lot of friends and people that interacted with them, again, to bolster the state's case, that she was functioning normally, she was totally normal. Um, again, I am not sure that this would have been a case I would have brought.
After the 2 weeks of your paternity leave, the defendant was still on maternity leave, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And did she have to take any psychiatric medications at that time?
Not that I know of. She had a lot of anxiety, but.
Okay. So you're saying that she had some anxiety at that time. Is that correct?
Yeah.
How did that manifest, or how did you know that?
She just really struggled with the date of going back to work.
So immediately after having Cora, as she healed physically, what was her mood like when you're both on leave?
It was great. It was good.
Good. Okay.
I mean, relatively, yeah.
And so did the anxiety start as it became closer in time to when she had to go back to work?
Yes.
How many shifts was she working at that time?
Before Cora was born, she was working at least 40 hours, maybe more. After she went back to work, it was, I think, initially just one.
One shift?
Yeah.
And was that a 12-hour shift?
It was per diem.
Per diem.
And then she eventually did 2 shifts.
Okay.
I think it was 20 weeks.
After 20 weeks, she moved to 2 shifts?
I'm sorry, it was 20 hours a week.
20 hours a week, okay. And so from the time she worked her way back up to 20 hours a week at work until she had your next child, did it remain that 20 hours per week that she worked?
Pretty much, yeah.
Okay. And did you have any assistance in the home during that time after she went back to work? A nanny or a babysitter?
Yeah, we had babysitters. We had a babysitter who came probably 12 hours a week.
And did that typically happen after your wife had a shift, that the nanny or the babysitter would be there?
Yeah, so she could sleep.
Okay. Did the defendant work overnights?
Yeah.
And how long did you have that nanny or babysitter for?
Several years.
Do you remember her name?
We called her Miss Jen.
Miss Jen? Do you remember her last name?
Shanahan.
And then you had a second child, is that correct?
Yes.
And what was their name?
Dawson.
And what was Dawson's date of birth?
September 30th, 2019.
And was Miss Jen still helping out in the home at that time?
Yeah.
And what was Dawson's delivery like?
Pretty traumatic.
How so?
He was in I think a breech position. So he came out in I guess I don't know much about it, but not an ideal way, and it caused just.
So, a woman in the space of a very few years has a traumatic first birth in which she had a great deal of tearing and loss of blood, which means she was probably very anemic and worn out. There is a lot of that is physically involved in birthing children. Your body expels another entire life form, and your body has to expel all the hormone, the blood volume, everything that worked to keep this child alive. And the next delivery she had, the child was breech, meaning that she knew exactly what that meant, what challenges, what, what could go wrong? She knew the worst case scenario when that was happening. So, yeah, I can't imagine why maybe she was struggling a bit, with each subsequent child. God, why couldn't this woman just stand up and take care of everything like normal moms? I mean, she only tore a bunch and had some hemorrhaging with the first kid, and with the second kid, he was born footling breech. How how dare she not be able to pick up and, do everything? She must be manipulative and just not want to be a mom.
Significant bruising and tearing.
So again, did the defendant with this second pregnancy have some pain and difficulty physically healing from the birth?
Yeah, much more so than Cora.
And was she on maternity leave at that time?
Yes.
How many weeks leave did she have at that time?
I don't recall, but I think it was more than the, traditional 12. I want to say it was 13 or 14, maybe more.
Page 13, if I may approach.
You may.
You don't have to keep telling me the pages, that's okay.
I could have you.
I love Redding love Reddington. We didn't even want this man here. I'm not even paying attention to this man. I don't think he should have to be here. Reddington is so effing over her already.
Look at page 13 and just read to yourselves lines 6 through 10, and then just look up when you're finished. Thank you. Does that refresh your memory as to how much maternity leave the defendant had after Dawson's birth?
Yeah,
And what was it?
18.
18 weeks?
Mhm.
Is that correct?
I believe so.
Okay. And, after dealing with the physical pain of birth and starting to heal, how was her demeanor and experience during that maternity leave?
I think it was fine at first. It was always when she had to go back to work, that's when she struggled. So.
Okay. So that was a pattern that you saw after
Yeah.
her baby, maternity leave was good, and then she'd struggle going back to work?
She just had a really hard time being separated from them.
What was the plan for how many shifts she would work, or how?
So, state now, your first witness, your big guns, if you will, and he said nothing about how she hated her life as a mom and secretly wanted to get out of it. In fact, the only source of major anxiety he can find in his wife is the fact that she has to separate from her children. She sounds like someone tired of motherhood. What is the planet like where you live, Commonwealth? Is there gravity in your dimension?
How many hours she would work after Dawson was born?
I believe it was the same thing.
And in terms of Ms. Shanahan, the babysitter, you had mentioned before that she was there about 12 hours a week. Did that stay consistent after Dawson's birth, or was it more or less?
Probably consistent.
After Dawson's birth, did the defendant ever tell you whether she was on any psychiatric medication after Dawson's birth?
No.
Did she seek treatment, or tell you she sought treatment after Dawson's birth?
Yeah, she got a therapist for a short period of time, but it didn't last very long.
Did she tell you that at the time or later?
At the time.
Okay. And did she have any psychiatric hospitalizations or commitments at that time?
No.
What about after Cora's birth? Any psychiatric hospitalizations or treatments?
No.
Was there a time after Dawson's birth where she wanted to declutter your garage?
Maybe at some point.
Okay.
Yeah.
And did you assist her with that?
Yeah.
And how was that done?
We had a lot of stuff to throw away. And I think we sold some stuff on Facebook Marketplace. We just had a lot of stuff.
So did the two of you go through the items in the garage and organize it into what you would keep, what you would throw away, and what you would sell?
Yes.
Okay. And so it was very organized?
I would say so, yeah.
And you finished the project, is that correct?
It was always ongoing.
Now, eventually you had your third child, correct?
Yeah.
And what was their name?
Callan.
And what was his date of birth?
I just, again, it may be that I'm just predisposed. Again, like I said, everyone has, the subjects where they can be completely objective. But the way she is asking these questions, it feels gross. It feels voyeuristic to have to dig out of this man the worst memories of his life on stand. You can tell he doesn't want to be here. It's so banal, and to ask offhanded questions, again, to act like you are the only one in this courtroom that's worried about, these children no longer being here, and then say like, "So what was your third kid's name?" Like you had a third one, right? I mean, until you didn't. It's just the way she says it so glibly, again, after she masquerades as the only one with moral, authority in the courtroom. It's I don't know.
May 26th, 2022.
Can you describe that delivery for us?
It was great. From what I could tell, it was relatively quick. It was during the day. We were both smiling after, and I don't think there was as much physical trauma.
Nothing compared to what happened with Cora or Dawson, is that correct?
Correct.
Did the defendant have maternity leave after Callan's birth?
Yeah.
And how long was that leave?
She never went back.
How long was it planned for initially?
I want to say 18 weeks.
Okay. And were you on paternity leave as well?
Yes.
And how long was your paternity leave?
12 weeks.
So with Callan being born on May 26, 2022, the two of you were home with the children that summer on leave. Is that correct?
Yeah.
What was family life like during that time period, those summer months?
It was great. We had a lot of time off. I was able to spend a lot of time with, I spent a lot of time with Cora and Dawson. So I would take them around, the playgrounds and birthday parties and stuff like that.
Okay. And what would Lindsay be doing while you were with Cora and Dawson?
Sometimes she'd come with us with Callan, but oftentimes we did kind of like a divide and conquer. So she'd be home with Callan and I'd be out with the older kids.
And what types of family activities did you all do during those summer months?
We went on a couple vacations.
So, State, what you're saying is that when Lindsay had proper support, when she had a nanny, when she was getting proper sleep, she didn't have negative outcomes. But when she was not allowed to sleep, when she was getting no support and she was on very hardcore psychotropic drugs, bad things happened. Again, where are you going with this case, Commonwealth? And could you please let this man off the stand?
We went to the beach. We went out on our boat and went to a friend's house.
At Dragon's Gravy, this is Lindsay Clancy's ex-husband, the father of the 3 children who were lost in this horrifying incident. So the Commonwealth is calling him to basically state that Lindsay didn't look crazy to him. even though he is going to be documented as going to medical appointments, asking if she was over medicated. His mother actually got Lindsay into a fairly prestigious postpartum depression program through her hospital because she was showing signs that were worrying. So you have this gentleman brought to the stand to prove a case that it doesn't seem like he co-signs. This man knew that Lindsay was struggling. Now, yes, he has gone on to divorce her and has moved on with his life. But to call him in when the defense was willing to stipulate to all of the facts and make him have to relive this is just it is such a boneheaded look for the Commonwealth. You can tell he doesn't wanna be there, and that's not a good look for the state's star witness. The fact that this man looks like he would rather be at the DMV naked, watching the Kardashians, which is hell in and of itself. I It's not a good look for the Commonwealth. I mean, honestly, I've never said this in a case, but I think they've lost on day one. Because if you have any mom who's ever struggled, if you have anyone who has a chronic condition and masks whatsoever, or knows someone that masks and covers and hides things, or you yourself have had to pretend you're not dealing with an ass ton of depression because you still have to go, pay bills, you still have to go, you know, be a parent. Any single person like that is going to understand how you, yes, can be dealing with the utter most, ridiculous bullshit in your life and still pretend to be normal because that's what we've done in our lives. Maybe not to this extent, but we have all masked to a certain extent.
This.
During those months when you're going to the beach and out on the boat and visiting with friends, were there any signs of anxiety in the defendant during those months?
I would say starting in September, yes, but in the previous months, not so much.
When had she been scheduled to go back to work?
I don't remember the exact date, but I think it was October.
Okay. So again, it was that pattern of as it became closer in time to go back to work,
Yeah.
she started to struggle?
Yeah.
Also, it goes against the logic that the state is trying to put down. So, according to the state, this woman was tired of being a mom. She hated being a mom. She wanted to be free. Then why does her anxiety only kick in when she is going to have to leave her children? If she's so manipulative that and she really doesn't wanna deal with the drama of having children anymore, you'd think she'd be excited to go back to work. You think that she would be, ending her maternity leave early because she doesn't wanna deal with these kids. When every single thing out of this witness' mouth is telling you that the fact that she would be separated from her children is what's causing anxiety. We might watch some more or I usually skip through the lunch break, so we end about normal time, but we will definitely be going over it in my breakdown at the end.
During the times when she would get anxious, when it was time to go back to work and she would start being anxious, did you ever have any difficulty understanding her when she spoke?
No.
And did she ever exhibit any behavior that made you concerned enough to call a doctor or want to commit her?
No.
When she was showing this anxiety, what were you seeing in her behavior?
Just a lot of stress. There were days where she had all three kids and, there's different nap schedules and different needs. So it was just really stressful.
Okay. And you're still working in the basement office at this point after Callan's born, correct?
I went back to work late August.
Okay. And when you work downstairs, how often would you come upstairs during the day?
All the time for lunch or just to say hi.
Were there times when Lindsay would ask you to hold the baby in the office while she was doing something.
So, yeah.
And were there times when you would watch one or more of the children while she took another to a doctor's appointment or to an errand or something like that?
Yeah, if it worked out with the schedule, yeah.
Okay. What was the plan in terms of how many shifts or hours she was going to work after Callan?
I believe the plan was 2 shifts per week, but there was a lot of flexibility. She could have done really anything.
Do you recall saying previously that you were going to start off with 1 shift and hopefully move to 2?
I could imagine, yeah.
Okay. And you said there was some options, correct? What were those options if that didn't work out?
Well, I always put money aside in basically our own maternity account, just so that if she needed more flexibility, we planned for that. So
if she needed more time off, more than what her work would provide for her, you were financially secure enough to afford that at
Yes.
that time? During this time, in the fall of 2022, were Cora and Dawson attending preschool?
yes,
And where was that?
Learning Sprouts,
And where is Learning Sprouts located?
Duxbury.
How often were they attending Learning Sprouts?
Full days Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and a half day on Thursday.
And what was a full day? What hours?
I think it was 9 to 4.
9 a.m. to 4 p.m.?
I think so, yeah.
And what was a half day?
Like 9 to 12:30. I think they might have had some days where they started early. I can't remember.
Okay. But basically all day, working hours all day, Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and then the mornings on Thursday. Is that right?
Right.
And who would do drop-offs for school?
We both would.
And what about pickups?
Both of us.
Together or take turns?
Usually we would take turns.
Now, at some point in time after Callan was born, did you hire a nanny?
Yes.
And when was that?
I think it was in August or September.
Of 2022?
Yeah.
And who was that nanny?
Lainey. I don't remember her last name.
Does Elaine Rossi sound familiar?
Yeah.
And do you recall how many days per week Elaine was going to work when you hired her?
I think it was 12 hours.
But it wouldn't be 12 hours altogether. It would be spread out over the week. Is that right?
Correct.
And who was she hired to take care of?
Everyone. But mainly it was going to be Callan.
Because Cora and Dawson would be at school?
For the most part, yeah.
And what was the plan for when Elaine would work? Was it that same type of after Lindsay worked shifts or something different?
Yeah, the goal was after Lindsay would work. I mean, she never went back to work, but I think we wanted to get her just like oriented with our house and the kids. So we had her start before, and then she was amazing. She was an amazing caregiver, but eventually we decided to let her go because Lindsay was home anyways.
So when you initially hired her in August or September, you said Lindsay was going back to work in October. So is that what you're talking about, that give her that month or so, give Elaine that month or so to get situated and acclimated to the house?
Yeah.
Okay. Have the kids get used to her. Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay. Elaine, did she also do some cleaning, laundry, and food prep?
Yeah. Yeah. She was amazing.
Hell, I want an Elaine. A lot of this is sounding like bitterness, and it sounds very judgmental from the state. Oh, so Not only did she have a husband who stayed home, but she had a nanny and she didn't have to go back to work. She doesn't have the right to have, a mental breakdown. She's got all of these luxuries. I thought that we understood that just like domestic violence, mental health issues cut across every section of society. You don't get a pass because you're rich or because you have white privilege or I don't know, it's a leap year. Anyone of any rank or social standing could have their mind become their enemy. I thought that's what we understood. I thought that we understood that very much like any other social issue, it could across, you know, financial caste through, do these people have two-parent household? Do they have a nanny? Yeah, sure, I wish I had those things, but that doesn't mean that if I had one, I still wouldn't struggle with mental health.
During this time frame, and again in the end of summer, fall period of 2022, what types of activities were Cora and Dawson doing?
Gymnastics. All right. Are you talking about organized activities or just in general?
Organized.
I only remember gymnastics.
Did they both do the gymnastics?
Yeah.
And then were they also participating, maybe not in organized situations, but in swimming, soccer, skiing, things like that?
Yeah, they were doing swimming. And yeah, Cora and Dawson did skiing. Yeah, Cora started doing soccer. She didn't really like it, but did a little bit.
And who took them skiing?
I did.
And as in terms of the swimming, where would you do that?
We did it at Goldfish in Rockland, I think. And then Lindsay took them somewhere in, I think, Plymouth. I don't remember where it was.
So you would each take them swimming at various times?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you also do some swimming at the Kingsbury Club?
Yes.
And what is the Kingsbury Club?
It's like a gym with a pool. And they had childcare, so sometimes they would hang out in the kids' room and we would go work out.
And is that in Duxbury?
It's on the Kingston-Duxbury line. I'm not entirely sure, but yeah.
Okay. And so you could drop the kids off at the daycare portion and go work out or swim or something like that?
Yeah, or we could go with them and go swimming.
Okay. Did Lindsay work out?
Yes.
She was very health conscious?
I think so.
And were you aware that she had been an athlete in both high school and college?
Yes.
Do you recall what she did?
Competitive cheerleading.
Now, when you were together, what type of exercise would she do or did she prefer?
She did a lot of running. She did the Peloton, and she did, it was like some program called Beachbody, I think.
Do you recall when she started Beachbody?
Maybe in the spring of 2022. I'm not sure.
So right before having Callan, would that be accurate?
Probably, yeah.
Now, I do believe defense is going to clear this up, but I believe directly within less than a week or 2 weeks of having Callum, she was on a very aggressive, almost maniacal, controlled, workout, eating plan to try to get back into shape. And again, I speak from personal experience. When things I do have a history of disordered eating, so the Marleys were dead to begin with. But when things do start spiraling in my life, the first thing and I don't notice I'm doing it until I am able to take a step back, but I will become incredibly restrictive on what I can eat. I will become incredibly mindful of what I'm eating because that is something I can control. And I'm usually not aware of it until Mr. Mo says, "Hey, did you notice that you counted out your chicken nuggets and that you only had 4? And when I brought 5 in, you immediately put that 5th one over to the side of the plate?" Because these are things that I used to do, become incredibly restrictive, and I don't always notice that I'm falling into those patterns. but they are a signal to me that I'm stressed out about something. I'm not always in tune with my feelings, but my body does show signs that I'm stressed out about something. And it's not atypical that high functioning, people pleasing girls do when kind of a first sign that they're in distress can be a highly restrictive diet or, intense, personal workout programs or things like that because it's something we can intensely control. Everything else in our life is out of our control, but we can control what goes in and out of our bodies. And it's not good, it's maladaptive, but that is something that, I'm aware that I fall through. So I would think that this would be something that would be easy to personalize for any number of women. Um, that when things get crazy on the outside, women tend to internalize. We control the things we can control, whether that be, we craft or we clean our house or we bake. We tend to take chaos outside and internalize it, make it our fault, and then, maladaptively cope. Ask me how I know. I'm not only a member, I'm the president.
When you returned to work, and you said that was in August, correct?
Yes.
What was the defendant's demeanor when you returned to work?
Increased anxiety and definitely, stressed out.
Do you recall describing her as slightly stressed but in good spirits?
Yeah.
And when she was stressed out, when she was showing some anxiety, how did that manifest?
I don't really know how to describe it. I guess it's just any way you can tell that somebody's stressed out. And I don't know, she would say, I'm not looking forward to going back to work. I remember once she said it's just so unnatural to be separated from your newborn, stuff like that.
So she didn't.
Again, Commonwealth, please explain to me how this is a woman who hated motherhood and wanted to be rid of her children. It's so unnatural to be separated from my newborn. I don't want to go back to work.
Want to go back to work? Is that what you're saying?
I think she did. It was just a really difficult transition for her.
And do you recall attending a wedding on September 17th, 2022?
Yeah.
And where was that wedding?
New Hampshire.
Was it just you and Lindsay that went, or did the whole family go?
We brought Kellen.
And when you were at that wedding, do you recall having a conversation with Lindsay about medication?
Yes.
What did she say to you?
We were walking downtown and she said, I think I'm going to start taking Zoloft.
And did she tell you why she wanted to start taking Zoloft?
She said, I think it's really going to help with my anxiety and with going back to work.
And did she tell you how she was going to go about getting Zoloft?
Yeah, I asked her, how are you going to get Zoloft? It's a prescription. And she said, usually just ask the doctor and they'll give it to you.
And did she tell you?
Okay, that is not pill shopping. That sounds like a patient who has done their research, knows their body, and went in and say, hey, this is typically the first, drug of choice given to people who are experiencing anxiety. I would like to have that possibly if you think that the symptoms. See, the state is thinking that you can just go in and tell a doctor. Now, maybe are these doctors out there, but I have never experienced them where you go in and you tell them and they believe you and they immediately give you medication. Now, usually they look at me and say, have you thought it's all in your head in therapy? But you're telling me that she used her wily skills as a nurse and was like, well, if you go to a doctor and say you're experiencing depression, they may give you an SSRI. She does sound like a crafty one. Commonwealth, I want to see your world because I don't think it's on the same plane of existence as we are.
That she was going to see a psychiatrist?
Yeah, I believe so.
So you're telling me that that Lindsay manipulated a psychiatrist. She was like, I would like Zoloft because reasons. Because really, Zoloft has no fun side effects. So she wants Zoloft for like reasons, and she's going to craftily go to a doctor until she gets it. Or is she a patient going in saying she's experiencing depression, anxiety, and she's given the first kind of line of defense in the SSRIs that doctors prescribe to people? Hmm. Hmm. I don't know. Yes, JKD Buck. I believe they are divorced, and I believe he is remarried. And God bless him. I hope he can have the best life he can have moving forward with what he has to deal with. Um, but again, dragging this man back here when the defense would have stipulated to every point the Commonwealth is trying to prove is maddening.
And when she did that, did she tell you who she was going to see?
No.
Did you eventually learn the name of the person who she went to see?
Months later, yeah.
Okay. And who was that?
Jennifer Tufts.
Okay. And did Lindsay tell you when she started seeing Dr. Jennifer Tufts?
No.
Did you learn, or strike that, did Lindsay tell you when she received the medication and when she started it?
Now, here's the problem. The state has admitted and the defense in opening statements that Lindsay was a high achiever, overachieving people pleaser. And do you know what overachieving people pleasers are usually the worst at doing? Is admitting when they need help, admitting when anything is wrong. And do you know how I know I might not only be a member, I might be the president of the people pleasing, people club, the high achieving people pleasing club. Do you know what we really, really struggle with? Explaining or finding the words and ways to verbalize when something is wrong with us. Now, I speak for myself when I say I have an intensely difficult time verbalizing negative emotions in a way that I feel are constructive. Um, and negative emotions don't like to be controlled. You kind of have to feel them. So uh, it takes me a long time to process negative emotions and then to be able to coherently explain them to Mr. Mo. So people pleasers. I, I legitimately sometimes don't know what's making me anxious until I look at it because I am so damn bad at recognizing my own feelings beyond masking or trying to put up a front sometimes. So the fact that she wouldn't open up to her husband and tell him the extent to which she was struggling is not a foreign concept to me. So again, state, commonwealth, any mother on this jury is going to have a really hard time following what you're trying to put down.
No. I mean, I should correct that. It's not exactly.
Well, let me just ask a question first.
Sure.
When did you have a conversation with Lindsay about the medication she was on?
Eventually, yeah, but I didn't know the start date.
Okay. And so when did this conversation take place, this eventual conversation?
Probably the end of October.
Okay. And at that point, what did Lindsay tell you about the medication and how she was taking it?
I don't remember exactly, but I learned that she was taking the Zoloft, and I don't remember really too much about it after that. She was just taking it, and we were seeing how it went.
And did you notice any changes in her physically during that time frame that she was on it and you weren't aware she was on it?
At the time, no, I don't think I did.
And did you notice any changes in her emotionally during that time when she was on it, but you weren't aware she was on it?
Yeah, she wasn't really improving. She just kind of seems to be gradually becoming more in like a depressed state.
And how was that manifesting? What were you noticing?
It was just small things. I was planning a trip with Cora to San Francisco, and she was nervous about us going. And
Fair point, Sniper Hunter or Snipe Hunter, and I am keeping an open mind. Again, I think where I have some questions of the defense, but I still have a lot of questions about what all the medication she was on and what that would have done to her state of being. Because having been on multiple medications and taken off of them quite, quickly and put on new medications, um, there are a lot of side effects that can feel out of control, and yes, you and I have never done anything terrible, um, but I think there is a gray area here, and I hope that we get to all the fact patterns and the jury can make a well-informed decision.
I remember we went to a Halloween event, and just leading up to it, I remember it just kind of seemed like she didn't want to go for some reason.
Okay. Now, do you recall learning that she had actually obtained the prescription the day before?
I believe he did start going with her to several different doctor's appointments as she started to manifest more signs of depression that weren't subtle. I believe he started getting very concerned with the amount and the uh, frequency with which they were changing these medications. If you missed the opening statement by the defense, he did a very good job of laying out not only the amount of medications, but a timeline. And it really is dis- quite alarming the amount that she was on. And any one of these could have led to very, very serious side effects. I am not sure who is leading the civil suit. I will look that up, but I do not believe it is the same legal team.
She told you she was going to ask for the prescription.
I did later learn that, yeah.
So she's telling you at the wedding that she is going to ask to take this medication and going to see a psychiatrist to get on that medication, but she actually already had the prescription. Is that correct?
Correct. I don't think she started taking it yet, but she already had it.
Okay. And did Lindsay tell you how long she took the medication for?
She may have. I don't remember the exact time frame. I just remember she took it for a period of time, and then her sleep started to suffer, so she stopped taking it.
And did she tell you whether or not she spoke to her provider, her doctor, about the troubles she was having?
I believe so, yeah.
Okay. And did Lindsay tell you that she was advised to double the dose of the Zoloft?
She may have. I don't remember.
Page 31.
So Lindsay claimed that she was not able to sleep and she was told to double the dose. So Lindsay was telling the doctor that I've noticed I've been having a harder time sleeping once I took the Zoloft. And the doctor's response, the treating physician's response or treating care provider's response is to double the medication that precipitated the insomnia. And you wonder why I don't like going to the doctor, even though I have a good one now.
You could look at lines 20 to 22 and then just look up when you're
Sure.
finished.
Now, I think that this might be her power color, and I think it's a beautiful, vibrant color. Like this red is one of the jewel tones that I love, but I think it's altogether, again, too severe and too ick. I think it's just very severe and a very violent color to be wearing on an opening day for a trial. Optically, I don't think it was the best choice. But I do like the red. So I'm just saying for this case, it sends a very severe, very violent kind of tone. And I don't know if that's what you want to be giving off, at least to me. So love the color, not the appropriate time for me.
Okay, yeah, apparently she did.
Did that refresh your memory?
Yeah.
And so did Lindsay tell you that she was supposed to double the dose?
I guess she did, yeah.
Did you notice any changes in her sleep during that time when she was on the medication, but you weren't aware she was on it?
Eventually, yeah.
When was that?
I don't remember the exact dates. But she just, one night she said, do you mind? She started it by saying, I'm not mad or anything, but do you mind sleeping in the basement? And letting me just sleep in our room with Callan. And then you can take the monitors down in the basement. And if Cora and Dawson get up, you can get up with them. She said, I've just been having a lot of trouble sleeping. And I'm hoping that like if there's less in and out, then there'll be less disruption.
Okay. Had you noticed prior?
And again, I want to say in the language of a masker, this is us screaming out like we are losing control. When things get to a point where we even say something like, "Hey, I don't want you to get mad, but if it's at all possible, if you could just please." This is us begging at the top of our lungs. And I know it sounds crazy. If I didn't know this, if I couldn't personally speak from inside a masker's mind, it would be incredibly easy to say, "This doesn't sound like a woman on the edge." But from a people pleaser, that's about like shouting, naked in the middle of the street saying, "Hey, I need some help. I really need some help. I really, really, really need some help." So, and maybe I am too close to this case. Maybe I am personalizing too much, and I do admit to having a very hard time depersonalizing from this case. But from one masker and people pleaser and high achieving mom that kind of felt like she was out of control most of the time her kids were little, um, when it came to a point where I was kindly asking for people to do something like that, I was at the end of my rope and genuinely, nearly in tears because I cannot physically ask for things without it being put in, like, "Could you kindly?" or exploding out in Samuel L. Jackson. There really are 2 different options. I will come to you kindly, like Oliver Twist, or I will rage erupt like Samuel L. Jackson over the smallest thing, because I cannot identify how to communicate that I am at the end of my rope. So I could be completely wrong in my reading of this, but I will tell you, as a person who has dealt with masking and trying to, cover up that I'm dealing with anything wrong, statements like that are equivalent to a normal person who doesn't mask, who isn't a people pleaser, shouting in the middle of the street that they need help.
To her telling you this, that she was up a lot or having trouble sleeping, like physically seeing her awake?
No, not that I recall.
And did you in fact start sleeping in the basement for a period of time?
I think I did it for like 2 nights, and then she actually went down in the basement.
Okay, so then you went back up to your bedroom to sleep, is that correct?
Yeah.
And how long did Lindsay sleep in the basement for after that?
Maybe a couple weeks.
And so during that time frame, was she telling you that she was still having trouble sleeping?
Yes.
But you weren't actually down there watching her sleep. You're getting this information from.
I understand where the Commonwealth is trying to go with this. No one actually saw that she wasn't sleeping. She did have a newborn, though, but that might have been a prop. She was manipulating all of us. It wasn't the newborn keeping her awake or the really big psychotropic drugs. No, it was a plot. State, do you hear yourself when you say these things out loud?
Her, correct?
Correct.
Were you aware that out of the Zoloft prescription she was given, she only took 7 pills?
No.
After you had the conversation with Lindsay where she said she was going to double the dose of Zoloft, did you notice any difference in her demeanor or behavior?
I would say yes. I don't know if I connected it with the doubling of her Zoloft, but over that period of time, she just kept getting worse and worse.
And what period of time was that? What month are we in?
Mid-October to the end of December.
Okay, so she got the prescription in September, started taking it in October, took 7 pills, but was having difficulty in December. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
From this medication?
Yep. Well, I don't know which medication it was from, but yeah.
Okay. At some point in time, did Lindsay, switch providers?
Yes.
And why did she do that?
Because whatever she was doing with Jennifer Tufts, it wasn't working. She was only getting worse. And she thought that it would be better if she worked with, I guess, more of like a perinatal psychiatrist.
And did she get a referral or a recommendation of where to go?
I think so, yeah.
Do you know who gave her that recommendation?
It might have been my mother.
And your mother's a nurse at South Shore Hospital, correct?
Yeah.
Does she also do labor and delivery work?
Yes.
Okay. And so do you know which provider or which office she recommended?
Yeah, her name is Julie Paul.
And was she at the South Shore Perinatal Clinic?
Something like that, yeah.
Okay. And do you know when that was?
I don't know the dates on that.
Do you recall saying previously that it was towards the end of November?
Yeah, that sounds accurate, yeah.
Okay. And you said she initially saw someone named Julie Paul, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And do you know how long she saw Julie Paul at that facility?
I think it was only 4 or 5 days.
And were you aware that Julie Paul left that office?
Yes.
And do you know who Lindsay saw after Julie Paul?
Rebecca Gelata.
And was Rebecca Gelata a nurse practitioner?
Yes.
Were you aware that she also saw a licensed social worker therapist named Letitia Dukes while she was at the South Shore Perinatal Clinic?
I don't recall Letitia Dukes, but it's possible.
So Lindsay never told you that she had therapy sessions with a person named Letitia Dukes during that time frame?
I don't remember any therapy sessions now.
Okay. After switching to Julie Paul and then Rebecca Gelata, did Lindsay start coming home with different prescription bottles?
Yes.
Okay. And were some of these medications that she came home with, were some of them during the time she was with Dr. Tufts?
I think some of them were, yeah.
And some of them were while she was with Julie Paul, is that correct?
Correct.
And then some while she was with nurse practitioner Gelata, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And would it be accurate to state that you provided the district attorney's office with a printout from CVS Pharmacy of all the prescriptions that were filled for Lindsay from September through January, September 2022 through January of 2023.
Yes.
Yes.
Any objection?
No, of course not.
I'd ask her to be admitted as
Sure,
one.
yeah.
Pretty much, the state is making the defendant's case.
In members of the jury, one of the things I forgot to tell you is anything that's entered as an exhibit, you'll have with you in the deliberating room when you're deliberating. So you'll have a chance to go over that as well. So you'll have anything that's marked as an exhibit. Okay? Thank you.
Now, while she was taking these medications, the various pills, were you always with her, watching and monitoring exactly what she took?
Not always, no.
Sometimes you'd see it, sometimes you wouldn't.
Yeah.
Directing your attention to February 6th, 2023, did you go to the district attorney's office and, or have your attorney go there and provide a bag of prescription medication that had belonged to Lindsay?
Yeah. I think the police took a bag of prescription medications that night, the night my kids passed away.
Mm-hmm.
And then there was a bag that I had in my truck that I was supposed to, nurse practitioner Charlotta said you can bring them to like a police station. They get rid of them for you. But I never got around to it.
And where had you stored those in your truck?
In the center console. It's like underneath the center console that opens.
You have one of those center consoles that open up, but then there's another larger
Correct.
compartment below it?
Yeah.
So was it your plan to bring these to a location where they could be properly disposed?
Yeah, I didn't want to just throw them in the trash, so.
And these were all medications that had been prescribed in the past to Lindsay, but she was no longer taking, correct?
Right.
Your Honor, I don't think I have any objection to any of their exhibits, so
Okay.
she doesn't have to keep showing it to me, that's
All right.
fine.
So I'll assume if you do have an objection,
I like the subtle petty of, yeah, that she can go ahead and show all of her evidence. We're going to win the case anyway. I told her I didn't care. She continues to try to make me care. This man is the most subtle badass ever.
just
Sure.
rise, let me know. Okay, thank you.
So for the record, a bag here with 9 pill bottles as exhibit 2, please.
Now imagine you went from maybe just taking Tylenol to being on 9 different 10 different medications in 4 months. I can tell you, as someone who went from taking maybe Tylenol to being placed on gabapentin and, oh God, what was I put on first? Gabapentin, actual narcotic pain medication, and something else. I have never felt more confused and more out of my mind in my entire life. And the fact that, there are going to be people, because disabilities are invisible. There are probably going to be someone on the jury who went from, nothing to all of these medications, who have been let down by the medical establishment. Commonwealth, you have probably already lost the case. The jury is probably sitting in their jury stand looking just like this man.
Thank you.
And so looking in exhibit 2,
Okay, I have never in my life seen defense attorneys so damn bored with state's case, he decides to just leave the table, wander off, and go play with stuff. I mean, I'm here for it. I have all of my sensory toys. The squishy Neato balls or cubes, the magnetic fidget balls. I mean, I am there. But the fact that she pulled out a bag full of 9 medications, she's like, "Are these the pills that Lindsay faked, like, she got because she told a doctor that she faked, like, all this medical stuff?" Now, I know that this might be news for those of you who are not involved with chronic pain conditions, but let me fill you in on something. Do you wanna know how hard it is to actually get medication that you need? Do you know how many hoops you have to go through? Do you know how many doctors you have to see typically before they'll give you any medication or listen to any damn side effects that you might be having from said medication? Are and you think that you're proving your case by showing us a bag of 9 medications for less than 4 months of care under multiple different care providers. Commonwealth, what does your planet look like? How is the gravity there?
We have the Zoloft that was prescribed by Dr. Tufts and filled on September 15th, 2022. And I think I asked you earlier, you weren't aware that only 7 pills were taken out of this, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And then there's another prescription in here for Ativan that was filled on October 26, 2022. Were you aware that only 6 pills were taken out of that bottle?
Can you say the date again?
October 26, 2022.
And how many did it start with?
Let's see.
You should know this by rote, ma'am.
30 pills.
Okay. I mean, I don't have those exact numbers on how many she took, but there were adjustments made on the dosage of the Ativan.
Mm-hmm.
So that aligns with
But the question was, were you aware that only 6 pills were taken out of this prescription?
She just doesn't understand how she's coming across. The fact that she has to dig through a mountain of prescriptions subtly proves the defense's case. The fact that the witness on the stand is saying, yeah, no, typically they do give you a new prescription. So even if they increase the dosage, they will usually tend to give you a new script. Ask me why I have 170 pill bottles in my med stand. Because they typically give you a new script. They don't say, hey, just double up on those pills. For some reason, they just give you a new script.
No, but I think the context is important.
Okay. Were you aware that there was a prescription for buspirone or Buspar filled on October 26, 2022, in which only 2 pills were taken out of the 30 that were prescribed?
I found out about the Buspar later, and I didn't know about the number of pills taken.
And then were you aware that there was a prescription for hydroxyzine, prescription filled on October 26, 2022 for 30 pills, and that only 3 pills were taken out of this bottle?
Which
Hydroxyzine?
Yeah, what is that?
I believe it's in some type of, similar to an antihistamine, like Benadryl or something like that.
Oh, okay. I don't really.
Yeah, and that last one that she named is an antihistamine that they have found helps with anxiety, and they're not quite sure how it does, but they have found it helps. These are all incredibly anything that changes your very delicate brain chemistry is something we shouldn't be playing with. We shouldn't just be handing them out because, you know, reasons.
Really recall much about that drug.
Okay. And were you aware in this bag there was another prescription for Buspar that was filled on November 9th, 2022, 30 pills prescribed, and no pills were taken out of this bottle? Were you aware of that?
I wasn't keeping track of the number of pills taken out of each bottle.
Okay.
So,
And then just ask you about one more. The trazodone prescribed on November 16th, 2022 by a doctor from South Shore Hospital, 30 pills. Were you aware that only 7.5 pills were taken out of this prescription?
No.
So there were a lot of pills prescribed, but not a lot of pills.
Wait, Commonwealth, I thought you said she was doctor shopping for pill popping, and now you're making the case that she didn't actually take any of the medications. So was she doctor shopping for pills, or was she manipulating the doctor because she was not crazy and she just wanted to appear crazy? Because while two things can mostly be true at the same time and reality is the same, you can't have two divergent motives for the same crime from the same person and claim they're both true at the same time while keeping your narrative the same.
Pills taken, correct?
Is that comprehensive of all the pills that were prescribed?
These are the pills that you brought into the police station. So out of these,
Out of those, yeah, it's possible that not a lot were taken.
do you recall what was the most amount of pills prescribed? I guess I could ask this better. What was the maximum number of medications she was on at any one time?
I want to say 3 or 4.
Okay. Would it surprise you to know that she, at any given time, the most she was prescribed was 3, but most of the time it was 2 medications that she was prescribed at any given time?
It wouldn't be.
Yeah, and if one of those is Seroquel and the other one is Klonopin, those are big Moab type drugs. But I'll wait for the experts to opine on just how incredibly heavy duty those drugs are. These are not like popping a Tylenol, popping an Advil, popping a baby aspirin every morning. It's not like taking, ginkgo biloba. This is severe working with brain chemistry that we barely understand type drugs.
Terribly surprising, no.
Now, on November 16th, 2022, did Lindsay visit South Shore Hospital?
Yes.
Okay. And why did she go to the South Shore Hospital that day?
I believe that day was because she basically went 48 hours without sleeping.
And was she having heart palpitations?
I think so, yeah.
Were you aware that she had taken a weed gummy that day?
Were you aware that she took a weed gummy?
So you're saying a woman who felt like her mind was on fire, couldn't get any relief, tried to take something that a majority of the adult population engages in that is legal, I think, in Massachusetts to survive Massachusetts. So now we're going reefer madness did this? Not the pharmaceuticals, but it's reefer madness. She took a weed gummy to help fall asleep because that's what millions of adults in America do now. Everyone from your, favorite grandma to, the guy down the street. But sure, she took an edible. Reefer madness, y'all.
I don't recall.
And are you aware that she didn't tell medical staff at the hospital when describing her symptoms and her medication that she left out that she had used marijuana?
I wasn't with her, so I don't know what she talked about at the hospital.
So she drove herself to the hospital?
She did.
Okay. And she drove herself home from the hospital then? Is that correct?
Oh, so she wasn't having a psychotic breakdown because she was able to drive herself? Lady, I drove myself in labor to the hospital several times. I was able to do it. Was it a smart or good thing? No. Should I have done it? No. Would I go back and tell, stubborn, ridiculous Mo to not do that? Hell yes. I They should have left this to men. This would be orders of magnitude less grating if it came from a man. This level of smug condescension, this absolute ignorance to not only the hormonal shifts that you go through during birth, but the hormonal shifts you go through with nursing. Your body is technically not your own again and balanced to the regular hormone levels until you have weaned your child. And if you go every 2 years and you have a child, your body never gets that recovery. Your body has basically not gone back to reset to a normal hormone level in years. And you don't think that might cause some mood issues? This would be so less offensive if it came from middle-aged men. This is so much more irritating and absolutely aggravating because it's coming from a woman. The state picked really wrong with this. They could have gotten away with this ignorance and this condescension. It still wouldn't have been a good look, but it is all that much more aggravating because it's coming from a woman.
Now, during this time frame between September and November of 2022, are you still participating in activities as a family?
Between November and December?
Between September and November?
Yeah.
Okay. And what types of things were you doing?
We celebrated Halloween. I don't really remember what else, but I think we were doing things regularly.
Do you recall
And my heart breaks for this man. I have seen myself wear this stare where I don't want to be there, where I don't want to be dealing with the hardest parts of my life. That is the stare of a person who has lived this. And screw the Commonwealth, quite frankly, because if you don't think that this man hasn't relived those moments of his life and gone back through that last year with when Lindsay was struggling and wish he had done everything different, if you don't think he has done that, and then to have to bring him on the stand, he doesn't have a clear recollection of this. Anyone who's gone through a trauma knows that your brain does not record these memories. So asking these very detailed, these very, let's dig into the anatomy of how Lindsay was behaving. This was the worst possible witness for the state to start out with, and they are doing themselves no favors.
going to an event with food trucks?
Yeah.
And you recall going to an event in November where there were trains to ride with the kids?
Yeah.
So we have the photo from the food truck event, exhibit 3. And the photo from the train event is exhibit 4.
And do be safe, you guys. The Midwest, Indiana through, I think, Michigan and on through Wisconsin, we are smack dab in the middle of severe weather. So do keep an eye on your local weather. Y'all, I am going to use some cursey words, but fuck the Commonwealth for showing this man pictures of his dead children. You think he doesn't have etched in every part of his brain what his kids look like? You think he needs to identify them? This is the same slimy, disgusting, and gross behavior we saw with Uvalde. I didn't like it with Uvalde, and I'll be damned if I like it now. I get what they're trying to do. I get what they have to do, but there are ways that you could have stipulated. You did not need to show a grieving father pictures of a happy time in his family. One of maybe probably the few good times that he can remember. And you just had to, I'm going to say this very crassly, but you just had to swing those dead kids' bodies around to hit Lindsay with. You just had to use them to beat that woman with. We are going to take a moxie break. I'm going to need about a couple minutes, and I also have to use the restroom. 6 kids do not a strong bladder make, so you have about 1 minute and 49 seconds. And Snipe, you are right. We should keep an open mind. Like I said, I may be a little too close to this, but we are going to take a moxie break real quick because I need to check on the weather near my neck of the woods, too.
I take it down. Woo! Yeah. Oh yeah, yeah. I take it down a minute and a half. Yeah. When the dock gets long and the tea is hot, and the motions filed are quite a lot. When the state says boom and defense says pass, that's when I call my mini ass so classy and sass. Woo! Oh, Moxie, the emotional support mini donkey, tiny but mighty, a courtroom honky tonky. If the trial goes sour, she don't panic or balk, just a soft little hee-haw and a judgmental walk. Clip clop, trotting through the mess. Ears perked high and unutterable distress. When the facts get wild and the lawyers get snarky, I lean on my emotional support. Oh. If a witness says I can't recall, she side-eyes gently from the stall. If the sidebar lasts all afternoon, she hums a brave and slightly off tune. She's pocket-sized but bold of heart, a fluffy illegal work of art. From board down woes to verdict day, she snacks on hay and leads the way. Oh, Moxie, queen of the pasture class, small but ruling the law to grasp. When the timeline spirals and takes get funky, there's peace in a steadfast mini donkey. Clip-clop, courage, fluffy and spunky. All hail the emotional support as Moxie. Oh!
Now, on my emotional support snacks today, Dots Pretzels, original flavor. And, okay, I bought a ton of snacks, but I'm trying to be good. Actually, youngest, most feral, would you go run and get me one of the yogurt shakes from the. That's fine. Honestly, if there were not a nonverbal, a picture says 1,000 words. The jury is seeing this man. And if any of the jury, take out postpartum, take out anything. If anyone in the jury has lost someone, has experienced grief, then if you have experienced grief, if you've walked through it, you can understand the hell it is, and the fact that this man is having to relive it.
Hot chocolate in the world.
Thank you. Again, on the stand is incredibly, it feels voyeuristic. I feel distinctly uncomfortable because I would never want to have to relive my worst moments, grief, that kind of thing, in front of people on national television. And the fact that the Commonwealth brought him in, it feels like we're involuntarily, again, voyeuristically watching this man's pain. And it's something I've never agreed with. It's part of why I hate when court TV focuses in on the defendant or the victim's families. I hate that.
3 and 4 somewhere. Can they publish?
You may.
So exhibit 3 is this Lindsay, Cora, and Callan at that event.
Yeah.
And exhibit 4, this Lindsay with all 3 kids at that event in November.
Yeah.
Did you have plans for Thanksgiving that year?
Yeah.
What were your plans?
I believe the order was we went to Wallingford where her parents lived in the week before, and then the week after we went to my sister's house.
And where did your sister live? What town?
South Hamilton.
And that was a week after Thanksgiving, is that right, correct?
I think so, yeah. Yeah, it was.
And is this a photo from Thanksgiving at your sister's house?
Yes.
I could have this photo marked as Exhibit 5, I believe.
All right, that may be marked.
5. Showing you what's been marked. Exhibit 5. Is this Lindsay here on the left?
Yes.
And are those your sisters in the photo with her?
That's one of my sisters and my sister-in-law.
Okay. And have they coordinated outfits for the day? The shirts?
Yeah, I think my sister did.
What was Lindsay's demeanor that day?
She was in rough shape.
Rough shape?
Yeah.
How so?
She wasn't talking much. She had low energy. She was really depressed. I just remember when she showed up, my sister-in-law gave her a big hug.
And
I do hope the defense asks how Lindsay was pre the children. Was she normally an outgoing, gregarious sort of person? Was she always slightly introverted and highly driven? Because I don't really have a baseline to compare if, her being extra quiet was kind of because me being extra quiet in a large group until I get to know everyone is not so much abnormal. Uh, but if I used to be an extrovert and then suddenly I'm not talking, that's gonna be noticeable. So I wish the state. Oh, and you're right, she was a cheerleader. Um, Fair point. Extrovertedness is just so outside of my realm of normal that I'm like, "Oh, yeah, people are extroverted." I do think that the defense attorney, is going to do a really good job of clarifying his one-word answers, his very reluctant answers, and getting to the heart of the matter, but unfortunately, we're gonna have to suffer through the Commonwealth.
she was able to get through dinner, eat dinner with everyone?
Yeah.
Okay. She interacted with people, is that correct?
I would say very little, but to some degree, sure.
And she took care of the kids with you while she was there?
We both took care of the kids together.
You mentioned earlier that your wedding anniversary is in December, is that correct?
Yeah.
Do you recall going out for your anniversary on December 3rd, 2022, going into Boston?
No, we didn't go out.
You don't recall arranging for a massage for Lindsay and then going to the Omni Parker house and going out to dinner that night?
No, December 3rd, 2022, we stayed home.
You stayed home, okay.
And you guys, I hear it too. I don't know what the background high-pitched whining is. I'm sorry. Hopefully, they'll get it fixed, over the lunch break, but I do hear it too.
Showing you a photo of you and Lindsay. You recognize this photo?
Yeah.
And when was that taken?
I'm not really sure.
It wasn't taken on December 3rd when you were out celebrating your anniversary?
In 2022?
Yes.
No.
Commonwealth, you had one job to research this case. Could you possibly not pull a Kathy Nestor? Did you or did you not go out on your anniversary? Not this year. Again, I don't know if you're aware of this, Commonwealth attorney, but typically lawyers only ask questions to which they already know the answer. Did you skip that in Lawyering 101?
No, we wanted to go out, but we canceled because she wasn't feeling well. So we stayed home. We got takeout.
Okay. Did you also, on November 26th, 2022, go out as a family to get a Christmas tree?
Yes. Well, probably. I don't know. But yeah, around that time, yes.
Okay. Showing you 2 photos. Are these from that day when you got the Christmas tree?
Yeah, that looks accurate.
You could have the first photo of all 5. Six. And then the second one is exhibit 7. Exhibit 7. Showing you exhibit 6. This is all of you at the tree farm.
Yeah.
And exhibit 7, those are the kids.
Yes.
I'm very much reminded of my very first Twitter interaction where I called Caffey Daffy a tea waffle because she was the one that went through Maya Kowalski's Instagram and found her. Heavens to Betsy. Maya Kowalski, despite claiming she had CRPS, went on her homecoming in a dress, claiming she has, insurmountable pain, but she still, had the audacity to not sit in a corner and just writhe in pain, but try to live a real life. So, yeah, or what is it, Caffey Daffy decided to go to a miner's Instagram to figure out whether or not she actually had complex regional pain syndrome on the basis of her going to homecoming. This is the same logic the state is employing. And people wonder if Caffey Daffy was a Fed. Of course she is. She's just as illogical as all of them.
Around December 6th, 2022, did Lindsay tell you she was starting a new medication?
I don't remember specifically.
Not to mention that depression can be expressed in a multitude of different ways. You can either become Eeyore, or you can do what I commonly refer to and the way I express depression, which is going into grasshopper mode. I can't focus on anything. I'm incredibly sped up. My language and, vocal patterns can sound increasingly pressured because I tend to go in the completely opposite of the sort of sleeping all the time. I cannot stop. I cannot sit down because if I sit down, I'll think about my feelings, and who the hell wants to deal with that? Not Mo. Um, so the fact that she doesn't even understand that depression can be expressed in different ways, not even a cursory understanding that there are different ways to display this, and that a lot of people put on a brave face for family things. We've all heard on Rom, if you were raised before gentle parenting was a thing and you were a latchkey kid, be in the middle of telling us that we were, going to our heavenly father, and then you get a phone call. Hello, how are you doing? We have all seen our mom done that intense switch from yelling at us about to, ground us to within our life, inch of our life, and then pick up a phone call. Hello, how you doing? We have seen that happen, so we know that it happens in the general course of human, behavior. So the fact that the state is like, "No, she was faking it, it was all a manipulation."
Is it that you don't remember the date or you don't remember her starting a new medication?
I'm not sure.
Do you remember Lindsay telling you at some point she was starting the medication Seroquel?
Yes.
Do you remember around what time frame that was?
I thought it was before December 6th.
Okay. And do you recall how she was physically after starting the Seroquel?
Awful.
How so?
That was really where her big spiral started. She started to lose a lot of weight, and she became very depressed, and she was having a really hard time.
And did she describe to you some thoughts or feelings that she was having at that time?
Yeah, she started to say she was suicidal.
And was that in December of 2022?
I think so, yeah.
And when she told you she was suicidal, did you ask her if she had a plan on how to kill herself?
Yes.
And what was her response?
She said no.
And did she ever?
Okay. Now again, this is just me saying me things in the only way I know how. But I don't remember in any of the after fucking school specials or any of the times that I go and tell you guys if you are struggling to go to certain hotlines, I don't remember there ever being a little asterisk in there that if you don't have the actual, factual Rube Goldberg plan, then it's not anything to worry about.
Mention a specific way or plan she had to kill herself to you?
No.
And at some point in time, did she tell you that this was the first time she had had suicidal thoughts?
I don't know if she mentioned it was the first time or not. I just remember her saying she had them.
Had you ever heard her say that to you before, that she was having suicidal thoughts?
No.
Did you own at that time a Surface Pro, a type of tablet that works as a laptop?
Yeah.
And who had access to that laptop?
We both did.
Okay. You and Lindsay?
Yeah.
And going back to August 22nd, 2022, did you click on a link on that Surface Pro that was titled Methods of Suicide?
Not that I recall.
And August 22nd, 2022, that was before Lindsay had been on any medications, as far as you know, correct?
Correct.
Going back to December, she's told you that she's having these thoughts. What's your reaction when she tells you that she's having these suicidal thoughts?
I just wanted to support her. I asked those questions back to her, and her mother was coming up pretty regularly anyways, so we let them know, and we just try to be supportive.
Did she also tell you at that time, at the beginning of December, that she was having some other intrusive thoughts?
Yeah.
Is that how she described them or how you described them, intrusive thoughts?
I would say both.
Okay. And when she told you that she was having intrusive thoughts, did you ask her what they were?
Yeah.
And what was her response?
She described thoughts of hurting the kids or them having some sort of ailment. So like she was very worried that Cora had.
Okay, so Commonwealth, you told me that this woman manipulated everyone around her. She plotted to get this man out of it. She was like, how do I get my husband out of the house so I can do this dastardly deed? Well, generally, Cruella de Vil body doubles who have nothing but a vindictive heart and, a desire to unalive their children don't tell their husband, hey, I'm having these really, really scary thoughts. These are incredibly scary to me. I am a labor and delivery nurse. I know these are scary, scary warning thoughts. I am sharing them with you. to manipulate you into lowering your guard so that you'll leave me alone with said children? I mean, make it make sense. If she's manipulative, why is she telling her husband that she's having these intrusive thoughts? I mean, unless she's playing 4D Donald Trump, like, underwater basket weaving chess, and she has outsmarted all of us. I am confused.
Whenever she had a stomach ache, she became overly worried that she was, like had like a liver problem or something much more dramatic than it was.
Okay. But going back to that first part, she said she had thoughts of harming the kids. Is that correct?
Yeah.
And did she tell you whether or not she had specific thoughts of how she would harm the kids?
No.
Jesus wept. So now that we know that mental health is a big problem and that we shouldn't have a stigma, now people need to be qualified and have a Kevin McAllister Home Alone plan before we'll take them seriously? But she was totally, totally manipulating you. She was faking all of this. Okay. Sure.
And she didn't describe that as hearing this external voice telling her to harm the kids, correct?
Correct.
She told you she was having intrusive thoughts herself of harming the children, correct?
Correct.
And did you ask her how she was going to harm the kids?
I didn't ask it in that way. It was the same thing. I said, "Do you have a plan, and is it disturbing to you?" And she said no, and then she said yes. And
let me go back for a minute there. You said, "Do you have a plan?" And she said no. What was the second question? Second part of the question?
I said, "Do you find it disturbing?" Okay. And she said yes. And she described it as really the way she was describing it as something that might happen to the kids.
So it was more something might happen than she might do something. Is that correct?
Yeah.
And that is one of the starting signs of postnatal psychosis, a deep and overwhelming fear that something is going to happen to your child, an intrusive, constant thoughts that something is going to happen. With my first daughter, I didn't realize I was suffering from postpartum depression, but I was legitimately so worried. I wasn't sleeping because I was afraid that my firstborn daughter that they sent me home with was going to stop breathing if I didn't watch her sleep all night. And I remember going into my first postpartum, appointment with the doctor with my newborn and breaking down in the office saying, "I love my daughter. I don't know what's wrong with me, but I can't sleep. And I'm afraid if I sleep, something's gonna happen to her." And thank God I had a doctor who listened, who said, "You're not a bad mom. You're not, doing a terrible job. Your brain is trying to function on little sleep and getting back to a regular hormone level after a year nearly of being off the balls on hormones. If you weren't, worried about your daughter, you wouldn't be so anxious. This is an expression of love." And so because I had that support and that help, I didn't feel so alone when I struggled the next time. But imagine going place to place to place and just getting told, "Oh, well, you're faking it," or, "Well, you were able to go to the Walmart. Are you really depressed?" So, yeah, maybe this is a little too close to home for me to be super duper all the way objective, but I'm finding the way that the Commonwealth is approaching this to be incredibly insensitive and incredibly grating. And again, I think this picture says it all. Why is this man up here? Why do we have to listen to this? He didn't have to be up here, and screw the state sideways for making this man relive this.
Did Did she tell you how long she had those thoughts for?
She didn't give a duration.
And how many times did she tell you this, that she had thoughts of harming the kids?
A couple times.
And was that a couple times over the course of a night or two in December?
Yeah.
And as a result of her telling you this, that she had thoughts of harming the kids, what did you do?
Her parents came up, and I think I asked her at some point, do you feel like you need to be kept away from them? And she said no. And then, it was very confusing because a minute later she was making them lunch or playing with them or, getting them ready for bed or whatever it was.
So it was confusing in that she wasn't physically harming them at the time, but was had these thoughts. Is that what you're saying?
Right. I never saw Lindsay harm the kids.
And did you also, as a result of these statements, suggest?
And again, I just want to point out, because for someone who is a high achiever, for someone who masks negative feelings, and it does seem like from the bits and pieces that we know of Lindsay, both sides described her as high achieving perfectionist, that reaching out and telling her husband that she's having these really bad thoughts, I can't imagine, how scared she must have been to say, this is what's going on in my brain, because she knows how wrong this is. Everyone knows how wrong these feelings are. And to open up to someone and say, I'm really afraid of myself. I don't trust me. I don't trust my brain around my kids. That is an incredibly terrifying place to be. I've never been there, but I could imagine that having to reach out and tell your spouse, the person that you rely on, that your brain is having these incredibly dark thoughts that you don't even want to verbalize. And, everyone hopped to attention. Everyone tried to help her. And this still happened because the medical establishment was not listening, or a combination of many things. But I do know that her telling him that is, again, another strike against the Commonwealth, saying that this was all contrived. Because I can tell you that sharing that you're struggling mentally as a high performing perfectionist people pleaser is the last thing you want to do.
An appointment with nurse practitioner Gelada?
It wasn't as a result of these statements. That appointment was set up because we were at her parents' house in Wallingford for Thanksgiving, and she just described how she was feeling on the medication, and she felt that she was addicted to them.
Was that the benzodiazepines that she thought she was addicted to?
Primarily, and then she was taking Seroquel at the same time, and she might have been taking Trazodone or Remeron. I'm not sure.
Okay. Do you recall testifying previously that I called her parents to come up to stay with us, and I told her that I asked her who her doctor was because I was very concerned at this point. She was prescribed 10 different medications in just over 2 months, so it didn't make sense to me. And then you said, so after her parents came up, she said, I have a remote meeting with Rebecca Gelada, and you said, no, it has to be in person.
Yeah, I felt like it had to be in person because I just felt like there was a disconnect. I felt like we could figure it out, whatever was going on. Mm-hmm. So it seemed like most of her telehealth appointments were pretty quick, and there just wasn't like a lot of attention.
Were you present for these telehealth visits?
Only a few of them, okay. And they were after that meeting with Gelada.
Okay. And that appointment in person with Gelada was December 6th, 2022. Is that correct?
That sounds correct.
So the thought of harming the kids was after Thanksgiving, but before December 6th. Is that correct?
That sounds correct.
Were you concerned for the kids' safety at that time?
No, I wasn't.
And why not?
Because she wasn't showing any intention of harming the kids.
And she told you she didn't have a plan. Is that correct?
Correct.
Now, directing your attention to December 15th, 2022, did Lindsay go to Mass General Hospital to the emergency department that day?
Yeah.
Okay, and why was that?
I remember the reasoning being she,
First best Gigi question. If Lindsay told her doctor her thoughts about the children, could DCF or CPS take the children? I wouldn't think so. I would think that they would possibly make her stay out of the home, but since there is a capable father and, family support, I would think that, if anything were done by social services, it would be putting Lindsay inpatient or, removing Lindsay from the home.
told her dad that she wanted to commit suicide, and then she said to me, I told my dad I want to die, and it didn't bother me at all.
And as a result of those statements, you brought her, or did she bring herself to Mass General?
I think I brought her that time.
And at Mass General, she saw medical staff, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And did they recommend to her some type of admission to McLean Hospital?
I remember there was one doctor who was in favor of that, and there were two others who were more in favor of a day program.
Okay. And did they give you information about a specific day program?
Yeah, it was women and infants in Providence.
And at that time, when Lindsay was saying that she was suicidal, was she asked if she had a plan?
By the doctors.
Or by you?
I was always checking in with her, and she never told me that she had a plan. I'm not sure what the doctors asked her.
Okay. And after being at Mass General on December 15th, did she go to Women and Infants Hospital in Rhode Island to attempt to get into their postpartum program?
She was already in. She went in as scheduled.
Okay. And but she didn't remain in, correct? She was just there for a day?
Correct.
Okay. And did she go by herself? Did you go with her?
I dropped her off, and then I took Dawson skiing.
Okay. And at some point in time, did Lindsay reach out to you to say she wasn't staying at the program and to come pick her up?
She actually said that the providers at that program suggested to her that she call me and have her come get picked up, and then that I should go in and meet with the providers.
Okay. And then after you picked her up, she was no longer in the program at that point, correct? At Rhode Island Women and Children's, right?
Well, we discussed it with the doctors, and their recommendation was that the program wasn't right for her.
Right.
I love how the state or the Commonwealth, so you just decided to stop her treatment. No, the doctor said this was not the program for her. Yet again, she's trying to paint it as Lindsay, hopping from a doctor to doctor to doctor to try to find pills.
And so you guys returned home, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And during this time frame in December, Lindsay's still working out at the Kingsbury Club, correct?
That might be true. I don't recall exactly, but yeah. Okay.
Do you recall her going to the Kingsbury Club on December 6th, 13th, 16th, 17th, or 18th?
I mean, I believe that can be true. Yeah, I don't recall those exact dates, but yeah.
At this time when she's saying that she's feeling suicidal, she's telling you she doesn't have a plan, correct?
Mm.
She's no longer saying she has any thoughts of harming the children, correct?
Correct.
She's still bringing the children to doctor's appointments during that time, right?
Yeah.
Do you recall her bringing Callan and Dawson to the doctors on December 2nd when they weren't feeling well?
Yeah.
And then she was
Hey, have any of you moms been struggling with depression but still managed to do everything for your children? Again, the examples that the state is using are so banal and things that any mother who struggled with even just a bit of blues or, having a toothache or having a headache. You can even scale it down to just not feeling well and still having to parent. Yeah, you don't want to, you're sick, you can barely get out of bed, but the kiddos still need to be fed. So struggle, you get them some Cheerios, you lay on the couch. To anyone outside, you are, by the lowest, margin functioning, but you're not functioning to your full potential. It, it is maddening for these excuses to be used when any mom or any dad or any aunt who's taken over or anyone who's had to get up every day despite dealing with anxiety or, depression and had to get up, put their pants on and their big girl panties and go out and deal with the world because you still have bills to pay. Anyone can understand how you can do this. We don't live in a world where anxiety is something someone else deals with. Every one of us has dealt with mental health issues to some extent or another. And for the most part, we get up and we do what we have to do despite it.
able to call the doctor's office on December 27th and make an appointment for Callan and Cora when they weren't feeling well. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
And take them to the doctor, I believe with you, correct?
Maybe I don't know.
And then on December 30th, she was able to take Callan to the doctor that day as well and interact with the staff. Is that correct?
Probably.
Then you returned to Mass General Hospital, the emergency department, on December 31st. Is that correct?
Yes.
And why did you go back on the 31st?
Because she was still talking about thoughts of suicide, and I was exhausted. I said, I think it's time to go to McLean, and we didn't have a diagnosis, so we just didn't really know what was wrong. And I think for me, I was hoping that McLean could really evaluate her and try to figure out the best path forward.
Okay, so the path to getting to McLean was to go to the emergency department at Mass General and be referred to McLean. Is that correct?
Yes.
Were you aware that night while at the hospital, Lindsay was taking selfies?
No.
She was taking selfies. She was maybe informing family members of where she was or doing that masking thing where, yes, I j
She was taking selfies.
Again, this comes from an almost caricature of what depression is supposed to look like. Depression doesn't always look like you can't get out of bed, you can't function, you sit in a dark room with the shades drawn. Not every one of us have the luxury of falling into that level of depression. Some of us actually have to function, and some of us white knuckle through functioning until it snaps. And maybe it's because of attitudes like this of, well, you weren't, how do you have CRPS? You are going to homecoming.
Right, that may be admitted, or they may be admitted.
Can you exhibit me taking a selfie at the hospital? Is that correct?
Are you asking me?
Yes.
Yeah, I can see that. Yeah.
And then the second page is just her legs in the doorway. Is that correct?
Yep.
We live in a time where camera phones are ubiquitous. It's the way that many people scrapbook their lives and their experiences. Now, personally, I'm of the George Carlin, opinion that we wish we should experience the moment instead of taking a picture of the moment that we're already in. But I digress. This is not, her Mackenzie Sharillaing it up. This is not her doing TikToks, at her boyfriend's grave.
As a result of going to Mass General and telling them about her that day, did you receive a text from Lindsay about dinner?
Yeah.
And do you recall what it said?
Something along the lines of, do you want to get takeout? I haven't planned anything.
Do you recall it saying, any chance you want to do takeout from 3V? I didn't cook anything. It's been a long day.
Yeah.
Do be aware, I don't know why we skipped ahead unless we had. That's odd. We did skip ahead quite a bit. Yes, it seems like she was admitted twice to 2 different hospitals. Again, I am trying to take notes, but I do believe that the civil case has, a fairly good timeline that goes through, um, but it seems like she was admitted on multiple occasions and then sent to a day program that wasn't appropriate, and then finally she was admitted again, when she continued to have these ideations.
Would move to submit the still photograph and the video pursuant to the discussion at sidebar. I'd move to submit the full video in as one exhibit for identification and the timeline video as the exhibit.
Timeline. You submit a copy of that later?
No, there's a full video that was provided by the
Right.
Museum of Science, and then there's a timeline that was created following the family through the museum. And we can get snippets from this video.
Okay, that's fine.
So for identification. Museum of Science video. Exhibit C, so marked. And then museum timeline for the next exhibit, exhibit 14. Sir, after going to the Museum of Science, well, let me go back to that for a moment. At the Museum of Science, do you recall the defendant being able to interact with the children at exhibits that required, manipulating knobs and materials and showing the children how to do those exhibits and interacting with them at those exhibits?
Yeah, Lindsay was always able to interact with our kids, even including at the Museum of Science.
Okay. And then after your trip to the Museum of Science, do you remember going to the Charlie Horse restaurant with the kids and Lindsay?
Yes.
And how soon after the Museum of Science was that? Do you recall?
I don't recall the exact dates.
Okay. And what type of place is the Charlie Horse restaurant?
It's like a family restaurant with games.
And how was the defendant's demeanor at the restaurant?
It was good. I was hopeful.
Why were you hopeful?
Because she seemed much better.
And then on January 14th, 2023, were you able to go to brunch with your friends while the defendant was home with the children?
Yeah.
And about how long were you gone?
About 2 hours.
Were there any issues or problems that you were aware of while you were gone?
No, she encouraged me to go. She said, "You've just been inside a lot. You should go out," and it was fine.
And while you were there at brunch, she send you photos of the kids and text messages?
I think so. Yeah.
Direct your attention to January 15th, 2023. Did you and Lindsay and the kids go to the Cape Codder in Hyannis?
Yeah.
And was there a water park there?
Yeah.
And how was Lindsay's demeanor that day?
No,
It seemed.
no, we are not going to watch just hours of this man being forced to go through and watch happier videos of vacations. Now, it does seem like we are at a sidebar because they're getting to the point in the testimony
16th,
where
2020.
we are going to be talking about the day of the incident, and there's going to be not only body cam footage, but I believe a 911 recording of Patrick finding his children that will be being played for the jury and possibly the gallery, but that won't be streamed live to us.
Did you go skiing that day?
Yeah.
And who did you go skiing with?
Cora.
And was it just the two of you?
No, we went with another dad and his son,
Okay. And who was that dad?
Adam Schwabach.
And was Lindsay home with Callan and Dawson that day when you went skiing with Cora?
Yeah.
Were there any issues or problems that you're aware of when she was home alone with the kids all day?
No.
And was she able to communicate with you throughout the day?
Yeah.
And how was that communication done?
Text. I might have called her. I'm not sure.
And do you recall texting each other back and forth photos of you with Cora and the boys at home and what they were doing?
Yeah.
And so she was able to take those photographs and send them to you without any apparent problem, correct?
Correct.
Show you the 3 text messages with the attached photos of you. Thank you. And sir, are these accurate copies of the text messages with the photos that were sent between yourself and the defendant on January 16th, 2023?
Yes.
If I could move to have these marked as the next 3 exhibits, Your
They,
Honor.
they may be admitted.
Exhibits 16, 17, and 18. Your Honor. So
I felt that
just
sigh
showing
in
you,
my soul.
The first photo, which was been marked exhibit 16, did you start off the conversation by sending the photo of you and Cora skiing?
Yeah.
And showing you exhibit 17, did Lindsay respond by taking and sending this photo of Dawson?
Yeah.
And then did she respond again, sending you selfie she took of herself and Callan?
Yeah.
Well, obviously, you can't. Everyone knows that the new iPhone has this thing that if you're clinically depressed, you can't send selfies. She was totally faking it. Why? Why show this man pictures of his children? This is like watching someone's waterboarding. I don't want to be a party to this. Colby Cohn, I don't know who John DePetro is. This is the LindsayClancy trial, so if it's anyone related to the Karen Reed case, I'm not completely, aware of all the intricacies, so, I am kind of unaware.
And you felt comfortable leaving Callan
And
and Dawson home with her that day?
Yeah.
welcome, Broken Baker Raiders. Do be aware that we are getting to where, Patrick is going to talk about the day he lost his children. So this is gonna be incredibly heartbreaking, and the Commonwealth, seems to have all the gentleness of a bull in a china shop, when it comes to asking this man question. "Oh, oh, I forgot, Listen Turtle. No, I haven't heard about him till God gave him the best comeuppance ever where he ran into another car, during Karen Reed's verdict."
And why is that?
She seemed to be doing a lot better.
In what ways did she seem to be doing better?
Her mood seemed better. She was more active, and she was able to partake in more things.
She was also going to the gym during that time as well, correct? The Kingsbury Club?
That sounds right. Yeah.
Were you hopeful at that time that things were getting better?
Yeah.
Did Lindsay's parents visit you the weekend of January 21st through the 22nd?
Yeah.
And whose idea was that? Do you recall?
I think it was theirs. I think they were just coming to visit to say hi.
And what did you guys do that weekend?
We just hung out and went to a friend's house on Sunday. They left after we got back from there.
And whose friend's house did you go to that Sunday?
The Carneys.
Carney's, okay. And who went to the Carneys?
Lindsay, myself, Dawson, and Cora.
And what did you do there?
There was a fire, and I think we roasted marshmallows or something like that.
Okay. And how was Lindsay's demeanor that day?
She was quieter that day. So, I mean, that was the extent of it.
Was she able to interact with the Carneys?
Yeah, but she's quiet.
Okay. And you said you returned home and then her parents left?
Yeah.
Do you recall Lindsay and her mom taking a picture together that weekend?
Yeah.
Is this that photo?
Yeah, that's it.
You could have this marked as the next exhibit.
That may be admitted.
Exhibit 19. And Lindsay seemed to be doing better that weekend, correct?
Overall, yeah.
Were you aware that her mother had sent her a text saying something to the effect of, "I'm glad you're doing so much better"?
I became aware of that later, yeah.
And just showing exhibit 19. And I'm sorry, Your Honor, I didn't mark the still photo from the Museum of Science. If we could have that as the next exhibit.
Sure.
Exhibit 20. Thank you. That Monday, after her parents had gone home to Connecticut, so Monday the 23rd of January, did Cora and Dawson go to school?
Yeah, if you think that a people pleaser is really going to tell her worried mother how she's doing, then you obviously don't understand masking. The very last person I am usually truthful with is my mother. Um, A, because I know she worries. It's the same reason I don't tell Mr. Mo every day that my pain's at a 9. not because I want to physically lie to him, but there's nothing he can do, and I know he feels helpless. So, not all of the masking is part of control. A lot of it is the people that love me and care about me are worried. I don't wanna put more worry on them. And if you're a people pleaser, putting more worry on another person versus lying and saying you're okay when you're not, the choice is always going to be, "I'm doing fine." To the point that my mom didn't know I had to get a mobility chair because the last thing I wanna do is worry my mom. My mom's in another state. I know she worries about me. I know the fact that she knows there's not much she can do for me is maddening to her. Like any mom, you don't wanna see your kiddo struggle. So, knowing all of that, I maybe am not as open with my mom about ways I'm struggling. I don't tell her everything because I don't wanna worry her. Not that I don't trust her, not that I don't love her, not that I'm trying to be manipulative, but I understand there's nothing right now she can do. If there was something that she could do that would help me, I'd be glad to open up. But right now, there's nothing she can do. So rather than just vent and have both of us feel miserable at the end, which is honestly more psychically exhausting for me than just lying and saying everything is okay.
Yeah.
And do you recall Lindsay picking them up that afternoon?
Yeah.
When Lindsay returned home with Cora and Dawson, did she discuss with you that Cora was having some stomach issues at school?
Yeah.
And were you familiar with the stomach issues that Cora had been having?
Yeah.
And did you have an idea of what was causing those stomach issues?
Yeah, it wasn't unusual. She was embarrassed to go to the bathroom at school. So she just held it all day.
Okay. And so this was a common occurrence?
Yeah.
And were you aware that Cora had her 5?
I swear to God. Now, normally, inner city public school mode does not show up very, very rarely, but I swear to God, if this woman smacks her lips one more time, what Boston? What is it? What is the lip smack proclivity? Look, I'm trying not to dislike this woman any more than is objectively normal at this point. But every time she smacks her lips, I want to report her to The Hague.
Your physical scheduled for the next day, Tuesday, the 24th.
No, I didn't know that was already scheduled. I thought she like called it in and set it up. So yeah, it's news to me.
Okay. So would it have been Lindsay who would make those kinds of appointments, the physicals and all of that?
She usually handled that. Yeah.
Okay. And going to Tuesday, January 24th, 2023, were you working that day?
I'm sorry, you said on the 24th?
Yes, Tuesday,
Yeah.
the 24th.
Yeah.
That morning was Cora's doctor's appointment at 8 a.m.?
Yeah.
And who took her to the doctor's appointment?
Lindsay.
And did anyone have to go with her, or did she drive herself and Cora there?
It's just Lindsay and Cora.
And you were home with the boys, is that right?
Yeah.
And while you're with the boys and Lindsay's with Cora at the doctor's, are you sending text messages and photos back and forth?
Yeah.
And why did you send a photo of Dawson to Lindsay that morning?
Because he dressed himself completely for the first time.
And he was excited about that?
Yeah.
And did she respond back with a photo of?
Listen, I'm gonna say this on behalf of him and everyone with a soul. This man should be allowed to keep that memory of Dawson to his damn self. He should be allowed to keep some things private, some memories of his children private. He should not have to be paraded through happy memories. I am getting irritated. Again, it is the discomfort already of knowing that I would never want my grief, after losing my first husband to be on a stand or witnessed, that I'm still dealing with it and don't wanna see people, uh, on days where I'm struggling with it. And to have to see someone else's grief and pain exploited like this is so maddening. Grief is such an incredibly personal and tragic and hard thing to deal with at the best of times. But to have it dragged up and used as a weapon against your ex-wife and you by proxy because you left your wife at home with your children, it's really gross, and I don't know who the Commonwealth thinks that they are appealing to on the jury. Again, you are trying to sell your narrative at the bottom or at the end of the day, and you want someone to pick yours, and I don't think this is the way you go about it, even if the fact pattern is on your side, even if you believe this with your whole heart, there is a better way to present this case.
Cora,
Yeah.
are these the photos you sent back and forth?
Yeah.
I could have the photo of Dawson as the next exhibit and the photo of Cora as the following.
All right, they may be admitted.
Exhibit 21 and 22 somewhere. Publishing these. Exhibit 21. And exhibit 22. And while you were texting with Lindsay back and forth, were you able to understand her text messages?
Yeah.
Did she seem to understand yours in response?
Yes.
Did she return home?
Yes.
And do you recall around what time she got home that morning?
8:30.
And once she got home, what did you do?
I think I got ready for work.
And while you were downstairs working in your office, do you know what Lindsay and the kids were doing?
They built a snowman and they did some art projects.
And how did you know this was happening?
She texted me a picture.
So Lindsay was continuing to text you and send you photographs throughout that day?
Yeah, and I went up to say hi at one point.
Okay. First, I just want to show you the text messages back and forth. The text being on the right-hand side. If you want to look through there and just see if you recognize the messages going back and forth between you and Lindsay that morning. That day.
Right. This is it says activity sensor.
Excuse me?
I think this is something else.
Let's see. So starting at 7 a.m. on the 24th, and we go to 8:17 a.m. This is the photo you sent of Dawson, and then the replies going to 8:18 a.m. Is this the reply from Lindsay? And then throughout the day, just messages back and forth up to the point. Page 940, where
All right, we are taking a quick break because I can not stand this anymore. And since we're dealing with death by text message, I figure we'll go to something funny from text messages for just a moment of a break. This might be the most hilarious text exchange ever. This has nothing to do with the case. We need a mental break. This woman is emotionally waterboarding this man live in front of us, and I need a break.
Gary, turn around and come home. I just pulled over, what's going on? I'm trapped. What the fuck do you mean you're trapped? Look, this fucking thing is holding me hostage in the sunroom. Oh, for fuck's sake! Are you serious right now? I couldn't be more serious, Gary. It's
We have never
literally
been more
staring me
serious,
down,
Gary.
And I think it has fucking fangs. Michelle,
Fangs.
you know you're bigger than that spider, right? Gary, I don't think I'm making myself clear. I can't turn around for a damn spider, Michelle. I'll be late for work. You're gonna have to either step over it or squish it. What? No! You'll have to come home, listen to me, take a deep breath. You are 5'1" and that spider is about an inch wide. I'm pretty sure you'll win. Holy fucking shit! Did you do it? It just ran under the coffee table, Gary. Oh, okay.
There is more proof that this spider has been plotting a malicious attack against Michelle than LindsayClancy manipulated anything.
So you're good now. I am not good. That little beast runs really fast, and now I don't know where it is. We're gonna have to move unless you come home and deal with that thing. Are you telling me you can take on a bitch double your size, but you can't take on a little spider? Yes.
Yes. Because I can take off my earrings. I have done watch Jerry Springer. I know how to deal with another female of my species. But spiders are not my species. And I've seen arachnophobia. They will wait until I'm using the restroom. They are sneaky mother flippers.
Come home now! Yeah!
We needed that. All right, we have to stay on focus, though. Damn it.
Lindsay sending you the photos of the kids in the snow. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay. We could have the text messages marked as the next exhibit.
All right, that may be admitted.
Exhibit 23. And just look at one photo. Is this one of the photos you sent? We could have the photograph marked as the next exhibit.
That may be admitted.
Exhibit 24. How often do you think or do you remember going upstairs that day to interact with Lindsay and the kids?
Once or twice. It was a busier day than usual.
And when you did come up to interact with them, how was Lindsay's mood?
She seemed happy.
Happy? And how could you tell that? What was she doing?
She was playing with the kids, and
Commonwealth, I would like to see Philip C. Hoffman, Robin Williams, some of the funniest, Chris Farley, some of the most brilliant comic minds, Norm Macdonald, dealt with depression and trauma in life that you would never imagine they could have walked through and survived. Usually the funniest, people that make you want to laugh, people that are the kindest, most emotionally, mature people are the people that have walked through so much trauma you would not believe they're standing here. But some of the funniest people I've known have been some of the saddest because that's how they deal. I thought we were 20 years past the Andrea Yates. Well, she's smiling, so she can't be depressed. Or Robin Williams was laughing in a comic. He couldn't have been depressed. Or so-and-so was smiling the last time I saw them. You're telling me they took their life?
she seemed in a good mood.
At any point during that day when you came up or while she's texting you, did she tell you she was having suicidal thoughts?
No.
Did she tell you she was having thoughts of harming the kids?
No.
Did she ask for help or anything that caused concern?
No, she was having one of her best days.
One of her best days?
No.
I want to direct your attention to 4:53 p.m. that day. Did you receive a text from Lindsay about dinner?
Yeah.
And do you recall what it said?
Something along the lines of, do you want to get takeout? I haven't planned anything.
Do you recall it saying, any chance you want to do takeout from 3V? I didn't cook anything. It's been a long day.
Yeah.
Had you been to 3V restaurant previously?
Yeah.
Alone or with the family?
With the family.
And approximately how many times had you been there to eat?
Probably 3 times.
And so you had all gotten in the car and driven from your home to 3V restaurant in Plymouth approximately 3 times?
Yeah, sometimes we were already out somewhere, but yeah.
Okay, but been there 3 times. Had you ever done takeout from there before?
No.
Where would you typically do takeout when you were going to do takeout at home?
The Chestnut Grill. I think another one was West End Grill.
Were those closer than 3V to your home?
Yeah.
And Haley Mouse, I'm so sorry for your son's loss and your loss. JKD Buck is right. Again, I refer you to the last photo of Chester Bennington a few hours after that photo. He has a big old smile on his face. Pictures, social media. I thought we were all under the understanding that social media, text messages are never the full story, that it's not real, that this is curated, highly edited versions of people's stories, not the truth. Social media, what we have on our cell phones, have never been, the full context of what was going on in a person's lives. I mean, people with rabies suddenly get much better right before they pass away. Correlation, I don't know, but that's a fact. Doesn't mean that they're cured when they suddenly get better towards the end. It means that they're getting ready to pass on.
So Lindsay suggested 3V and you agreed, is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay. Did she send you another text at 4:56 p.m. asking you to take a look at the menu?
Yeah.
And did you send a text at 5:06 p.m. About Callan?
Yeah, I asked if he had taken a nap.
And did she respond?
Yeah.
And what was her response?
That it was a shorter nap and he was awake.
And at that time, did you also send a separate text asking what she was getting at 3V?
Yeah.
And what was her response?
I don't remember what she ordered.
Do you recall?
Really, this man, you want this man to remember something banal and pointless, like what he was going to get for food on that evening? I understand what you're trying to set up here, that this was a grand conspiracy by Lindsay, but who fucking cares what she ordered? I don't. Again, none of this makes any sense, and the fact that you are dragging the shit out of this man for nebulous fucking reasons at this point. Can the judge call a mercy? I mean, at this point.
A Mediterranean power bowl?
Yeah, that sounds right.
Well, she sounds fucking guilty of Powerball. That's all the conspiracy I needed. She wanted a Powerball salad? Well, obviously guilty.
And did she ask you what you were getting?
Yeah.
And at 5:08 p.m., did you respond?
Yeah.
And what did you tell her?
I forget what it was.
Do you recall scallop and pork belly risotto?
Yeah.
That was it?
Yep.
Who called in the order to 3V?
Lindsay.
Once the order was placed, what did you do?
I came upstairs. I took Callan for a minute, and then I rocked him by my knees, kissed Cora on the head, and I said, I'll be right back.
And what was Dawson doing when you were leaving?
He was eating chicken nuggets on the couch.
And do you recall?
I hate everything about this. I hate that this man has to share with us against his will, basically, subpoenaed, the last precious memories of his children. I hate this with every fiber of my being. If he were actively wanting to tell us about his kiddos, if it were within him to wanna talk about that, that would be completely different. But I swear to God, this voyeurism into the worst day of this man's life is it's making me feel like I need a shower. I feel so gross. I don't wanna be a party to this man having to go through this. Like, that's the level of gross and uncomfortable I feel, and I don't know, maybe it's me, but I can't imagine that some of the jurors don't feel incredibly discomforted and just horrified by what the Commonwealth is doing.
If he was using a bowl or a plate.
It was a bowl.
It doesn't. The state just the Commonwealth just has to get all of this heart-wrenching grossness out, and if they think that they are doing anything to help their case, let me explain to you, this is catastrophic for your case. If you thought that anyone was going to be on your side, that anyone was going to feel like you are trying to actually get justice for the children after the display you've put on today of your condescension, your willful ignorance about mental health, and then this absolute waterboarding emotionally of this man. You have I have never seen a state so thoroughly, in my opinion, destroy their credibility, in the first day of a trial. Because you may have been able to excuse with righteous fury for the children the really, really gross opening statement. You might have been able to excuse that. But then to have the defense attorney and the defense attorney of that caliber come up and basically ish on all of your points, then to drag this husband, this father, forget that he's the husband, but the father who lost not one, but all 3 of his children through this kabuki emotional theater is just gross, and I wish I didn't have to be party of it, to cover this trial. But I have never seen like, I thought Uvalde was bad, but this is worse, and I didn't think I'd ever say that.
Do you remember what the defendant's, well, first of all, where was the defendant seated when you left the house, or was she seated?
She was standing in the
And where was
doorway.
she?
In the doorway of the living room.
And was that the doorway by the front door or the doorway by the basement door?
This doorway by the basement door.
Okay. And did she have Callan, or where was Callan?
She had Callan.
Okay. And what was her demeanor?
Normal.
Counsel, could I see both sidebar here? Members of the jury, we're going to break at this point for the day, all right? So what we're going to do is I'm going to excuse you till Wednesday morning, all right? So you don't have to come in here tomorrow. Just remind you, I'm going to ask those same questions I asked you this morning, whether or not you did any research or you saw anything that would affect your ability to remain fair and impartial.
This poor man has to come back another day, and she's not even we have not even gotten to the worst part of the incident.
You have to still keep an open mind. So don't do any research. Don't talk about this case with anyone. Don't go online, look at anything. Don't take any road trips. And we will see you on Wednesday morning. Same with the same instructions that you got from the officers in regards to that. So again, thank you so much for your time and your effort. And I'll see you on Wednesday. Okay.
All right. Good. Go, please. On your chairs. Follow me.
And while we're waiting to see if they're going to talk about anything or go through any motions or anything, uh, yes, evidence through motion, I believe that Patrick is not wanting her to be prosecuted. I believe he believes that this was part of a postpartum psychotic break, not something that she should be criminally held liable with or liable for.
You're all set. All right.
There's an excellent report. This court's in session. Please be seated.
Counsel, anything else we need to address before Wednesday?
I'm not sure if you want to discuss the view.
Oh, yeah, let me see, Counsel, over here.
Okay, it looks like that is the end. Let me see if they're coming back later.
I want to thank everyone. And so we're going to be in recess on this matter until Wednesday at 9 a.m. All right, so we'll be in recess.
Court, all rise.
All right. So now time for my breakdown, and I can tell you that I did 19 pages of notes today. Um, Today we started with technical difficulties, and court actually wasn't as long today. It does seem like we're working on banker hours as well as our Karen Reed kind of counterpart trial. So we didn't start until, well, our group didn't start until 11 and we managed to catch up. The opening statement from the state was incredibly difficult to follow, not so much in what they want the narrative to be, but in the way they tried to present Lindsay as manipulative, but kind of vaguely alluded to her being manipulative, accused her of going from doctor to doctor to try to pill shop. Many of the ways that they relayed any of Lindsay's behavior was done without an ounce of sympathy. The prosecutor that did the opening statement was the one that I kindly say looks like a linebacker for the 1984 Bears, or alternately a roadie for Leonard Skinnard. That being said, she was not as offensive to me as the prosecutor in the red jacket. But there was a singular lack of sympathy for anything that Lindsay claimed. She was portrayed as a mother who had gotten tired of motherhood and had manipulated everyone around her in her life, up to and including doctors with a fake, mental health issues. She wasn't complying with medication, and basically, this was all because she was controlling and manipulative. And, that after she was able to, manipulate her husband out of the home on the day of the incident, she went directly to take the children's life, that this was the only time that she'd ever described hearing auditory hallucinations or command hallucinations, that, then she went to, and this is where the Commonwealth's, derision of Lindsay, and I think their dehumanizing of her, their simple act that they give her no sympathy, I think is really going to come and bite them in the ass, because they claimed that she, manufactured a little self-deletion attempt, all to have Lindsay's defense attorney come up and possibly give a master class in how to humanize a defendant who, baseline, everyone loves children and everyone, is upset that 3 little children are no longer on this earth. But it was a masterclass in taking the monster that was the defendant that the Commonwealth was trying to create and moving that monster to the medical establishment who did not listen to Lindsay. And the fact that he was able to show demonstratives, timelines, list of medications, he basically brought all the facts that the Commonwealth alluded to. So I know that this is a rough, difficult case, but if I would encourage you to watch anything, I would say the opening statement of Reddington for the defense is probably a master class in how to humanize your client to a jury and get the relevant facts in there, tell a narrative that makes sense, and to be real, low-key shade the Commonwealth through the entire opening statement. We are here for the subtle petty, and the man gave a master class. So, while I do understand that this might not be a case that you wanna watch all the way through, I would say that, Reddington not only does a wonderful job of expressing the humanity and the sadness and the heartbreak in this case, but also really pointing out that the Commonwealth is putting a lot of these witnesses through, and the jury through, a lot of explanation, a lot of facts that they don't need to know, that they were willing to stipulate to, that they are not trying to fight the fact that Lindsay admits to this, but that there were extenuating psychological reasons behind that, and he was able to bring a timeline and go over up to 11 medications, according to my notes, that she was taking. Now, the next thing we get into after both openings is that the Commonwealth calls Patrick Clancy, Lindsay's ex-husband and, the father of 3 of the victims or the 3 victims, and proceeds to do a worse job than the state in Uvalde at putting this man through the emotional ringer, basically using every trope about mental health. Oh, well, she wasn't drooling in the corner. Well, she didn't have a plan about how she was going to self-delete. Did she seem normal? Could she text message? Could she selfie? And we spent maybe 6 hours, or it felt like 6 hours, of this man going through pictures of his children who are no longer on this earth, and it has gotten to the point where I feel gross. The state is doing such a callous and gross job, and you can tell that Patrick doesn't wanna be there, and rather than getting to the point or getting to anything relevant, they asked him for his final memories of his children. I have never, and I've been covering cases for about 4 years. I have never seen a state so thoroughly irritate me and chat. Now, I'm gonna be very transparent. We're generally more defense-sided, on this, but I have never seen a more optically grotesque. If there was anything guaranteed to lose the jury in the way that you show things, in the way that you say things, the jury is looking at the Commonwealth and the defense attorney to tell them the truth, to be good and honest arbiters of the facts in this case. Yes, you could have 2 different ways that you perceive this case to have gone on, but you should have at least fairly similar fact patterns. And the way that the state is shading things and not telling the complete and total truth and being downright just negating any possible mental health issues because someone was able to take a selfie or go to a restaurant or act normal, not realizing that every parent, even to the smallest degree, even if we aren't talking about mental health, has taken care of their children, or every adult has gone to work when they're sick, when they don't want to, because bills have to be paid. To some extent, we are all capable of masking when we're not doing well. Now, whether, uh, and I do think that the defense will need to bring that up and have experts to fully explain this. But it's the Maya Kowalski homecoming video or photo all over again. It's the fact that if you aren't drooling in a corner, you obviously don't have mental health problems. If you don't display depression as being in bed and unable to open your, blinds, if you express depression by speeding up, well, then that's not a valid thought of depression. I have never been more discouraged in my life with the fact that we are 20 years post Andrea Yates, and I thought we had made some strides about mental health, but here we have the state going to the same old, tired, stigma-laden, definitions of mental health from the 1950s. Well, you were able to do this, this, and this. So you obviously weren't depressed, or you didn't have an actual plan, so you don't need help. The state is going out of their way to disprove their case with the questions they're asking. And unfortunately, at the end of the day, the Commonwealth is not even halfway through their questioning of Patrick. So we do not have court on Tuesday of this week, but when we come back on Wednesday, Patrick will continue to be on the stand for the Commonwealth. I think that, like I said, in my opinion, I have never seen the state so thoroughly shoot their case in the foot and alienate a jury. Because at a certain point, you have to realize that you've lost the jury. And watching Patrick Clancy's emotional pain and being a voyeur at the worst moments of his life as they're extracted from him like he's getting a root canal, it's deeply discomforting to me, and I can't imagine that it's not deeply discomforting to the jury. A jury who knew they signed up for a child case, but didn't know that they were going to be listening to the state needle a man, seemingly for the sin of standing up and saying, "No, my ex-wife was mentally there was something wrong with her. The wife I married, the wife that wasn't dealing with, mental issues would never have hurt our children." So it does seem like the state is being unnecessarily cruel and unnecessarily just digging in with these pictures because Patrick didn't decide to throw Lindsay under the bus. And it's gross. And I honestly have never been more turned off by a prosecution in my life, and that's to include Lolly being criminally boring and unable to ask questions, Hank Brennan just being criminally arrogant, and Kathy Nest I mean, I have seen my share of bad prosecutions, but this was gross. So, I don't recommend that you go back and watch anything Uvalde, you're right, sua sponteous or spontaneous, you are correct. So, I wouldn't recommend going back and watching anything else, but the opening statement from the defense was a masterclass. We often say watching trials that court really isn't Matlock moments. This man was a masterclass in Matlock moments. There is something to be said about hiring a lawyer that has either some sort of theater background or is able to connect with the jury, because this man gave a masterclass in how to hu connect humanity not only to his client, a client that you would have a very hard time feeling sympathy for just on the base facts, and giving a human narrative to this case. So, I will say that I was impressed by that. The judge has been pretty good. He didn't really have to do anything as far as, fighting fireworks today. But I do like that he took time to talk to the jury and kind of explain a little bit about court. But today was rather frustrating other than the opening statement by the defense. Court shouldn't be a weird voyeuristic journey into someone's grief, and that's what I feel like we got today instead of any really facts that help us try to make sense of this case. And I didn't like it. I don't like court where I feel like we didn't get anything but just emotional. We're the Commonwealth and we're here to suck your soul out so you'll say guilty. If you don't have the facts, if you don't have the proof for this, then you shouldn't be trying the case. And I am not impressed with Commonwealth. I'll call balls and strikes, but today I have never been less impressed with a state's case than I and their performance than I have. And I think it is all that more disgusting and reprehensible that two women are making these arguments. I think that the state thought that optically, having two women try this case might be better, but because they are coming off so condescending and so inherently unsympathetic to Lindsay, it would almost have been better for all of this to have been coming from a male attorney, because at least maybe you could forgive that as just being male stupidity. But the fact that this is coming from two women is just there is something so optically wrong about it, and I don't know if the state intended to look severe and uninviting, but one of the Commonwealth attorneys wore a vibrant, like, blood red jacket, and the other one, had a very severe school marm. This is a case that requires gentle handling, and if you were going to do it from the Commonwealth, there is a way to do it gently, but the Commonwealth is handling this like a bull in a china shop. Alright, that's good. Well,
check if the remote has the same type of battery.
sorry. So that is all for today. Now tomorrow, I do have my, masking, or unmasking with chronic pain, stream. Now, it might be a little later than 10. I do have a couple of errands to run, so 10 is kind of a time placeholder. It might be closer to noon. That might change, but we are gonna be talking and look, y'all, I'm gonna be real authentic. I can only talk about how I mask and how masking with chronic pain looks to me. But I think there is a very similar through line. Masking with, depression or anxiety or, late diagnosed autism or depression is very similar to, I think, masking with chronic pain. So I can't give you all the answers, but I can tell you what masking looks like to me and how exhausting, it is. And here's another thing. Just because you have a chronic illness or something, you're allowed to have fun. Just because you're depressed doesn't mean you're not allowed to take selfies or you're not allowed to text people or you can't go out and appear normal. Again, this old, outdated 1950s way of looking at mental health is why we have why we are still in the same place 20 years after Andrea Yates, and I am frustrated.
I have to replace these feathers because they're dead as well.
So, on that note,
Come here.
at least we are getting discussions out there. At least there is pushback. At least, moms from all around the country are coming up and saying no. And people who have looked at the facts are saying, wait a minute, she was on how much medication? And each and every one of us who sat through this.
Do you put a battery in like that?
Honey, can you just wait for 5 minutes and I will help you?
I already want to play with him.
So I think that it will be interesting to see how this case goes. But I have a feeling that we are just going to be waiting for the defense. And I had such hope that um, we were going to be dealing with, a rarity, but a Commonwealth, a defense, and a judge that all just wanted to try this case with dignity and respect and not condescension and stigma and stupidity. Now, I will also say that the Commonwealth has the unfortunates of being about as right at every gotcha question as Kathy Nestor. So she, let's see, I think has been right on her gotcha questions 0. So Kathy Nestor Jr., may the Lord be with us because we got 6 to 8 weeks with this woman. I'm not saying that we're all going to need stress relief, but we're all going to need almost a social anxiety stuffy. We're going to need one. It just is what it is. But thank you all so much for joining me. Now, this little breakdown at the end will be a separate video. I'll be doing breakdowns at the end of every one of my live streams. So understanding that this case might not be one that you just can, have the bandwidth to cover every day. But I will try to give breakdowns. I tend to take copious amounts of notes to keep from raging out. So I will try to give you guys updates every day. But if you're thinking it's going to be a different video, it's basically just the end of my stream and I edit it and make it a video. So
Now I'm gonna go have to find
but I have to go help youngest most feral with recharging these batteries before
I
he
put the
loses.
batteries in, but not can't charge you because I don't know what kind of.
If you will wait just 5 seconds. This is a plushy dreadful. I think this is a social anxiety possum. Um, but sorry guys. Momming never ends. That being said, thank you guys for joining me. I know this isn't an easy trial, so I will keep trying to call balls and strikes and keeping us from, using all of our cursey words, but injecting a little bit of logic, common sense, and heart, along with a whole bunch of snark into this trial. So I will see you guys tomorrow for Mornings with Mo, where we'll be doing headlines, true crime, and the absurd, a fun way to start off the morning. And then probably about 12, we will be doing masking and chronic pain. Ask questions if you know someone with chronic pain. I can give you general ideas of what masking looks like for me, but it's gonna look, it's like autism. If you've met one person with autism, you've met one person with autism. So I can kind of give you what it looks like for me and how much, it costs emotionally. But it's going to look different for everyone. So have a wonderful rest of your day. Do be safe. And if you're in the Midwest, keep an eye out on Ryan Hall and Max Velocity, whichever flavor you, subscribe to make sure that you are staying safe. I know that there are some pretty big storms, uh, going on here soon. So be careful, be safe, and I will see you guys tomorrow. Bye, you guys.